something a little bit different. But of course, our attention now turns to WWE. Our attention now turns to Saturday night's main event. That's coming up on Saturday. Before that, of course, we're going to have a full week. We've got SmackDown, we've got Evolve, we've got NXT, we got Raw. So yeah, it was great doing UFC. As I said, a big thank you to everyone that joined us for that. But yeah, our attention is very much back with wrestling. So what we're going to do is what we always do, and that is get stuck into the preview. Let's go over to the preview screen. Let's go over to the preview screen, which is this one, and boom. Okay, I don't know if there's anything extra. No, I think I knew it all. Okay, so Roman and Seth are going to do a contract signing, apparently. This was all from Adam Pearce's preview. Adam Pearce actually put a preview out on social media about what we could expect, right? So we got Roman and Seth making their heavyweight title match at Summerslam official. As well as that, we got Brock Lesnar. He's coming back to Raw, so Brock is on this show. As well as that, we've got Roman, as we said on the show. We've got the number one contender gauntlet match for the Intercontinental Championship. That's going to take a lot of time. Those things take up a good half an hour, 40 minutes. So a chunk of the show is going to go to that gauntlet match. Then we've got Iyo Sky battling with Roxanne Perez. So lots coming up. As we said, the contract signing, Brock Lesnar. Here's the gauntlet match. So in the gauntlet match, and we don't know the order of the gauntlet match, so we don't know who's coming out first. But in the gauntlet match, you've got Javon Evans, we've got Dragon Lee, we got Chad Gable, we got Dominic Mysterio, Rusev, Ethan Page, and Joe Hendry. Now, who do we think's going to win to go on to face Penta? That's an interesting question. Who is going to win and face Penta at SummerSlam? Let's do a poll, shall we? Who wins? Now, in my mind, Penta's a babyface. So, we're looking for a heel. So, I think Dominic Mysterio stands a good chance. I think Rusev might stand a chance. I think Chad Gable is not a heel, but he's got such momentum at the moment that surely he stands a chance. And then I'm going to have to put other. If I was going to go for another one, I might have to go with... We've already done Ethan. I'm sure Ethan had an opportunity not long ago. So I don't think Ethan. Joe Hendry... We could go Joe Hendry. Dragon Lee, I'm thinking no. It would be fun though. Dragon Lee Penta would be fun, but I'm not thinking they do that. Surely they're quite high on Javon. So I think Javon would have to be in the mix. Don't know, it's a tricky one. Let's see what you lot think. I haven't heard any word as to which way that's going to go. There is a poll in the chat right now. So get your thoughts in. And then we've got Iyo battling Roxanne Perez. So obviously Iyo takes on Liv at SummerSlam. She's going to take on another Judgment Day member on this show. Now, the other thing I wanted to say as well is that the Hall of Fame, the Community Hall of Fame, that is up and running right now. So you can actually... Oh, that's quirky. You can actually... Why is that doing that? I've never seen it do that before. I don't even know what that is. Looks like we've got an interesting glitch with the chat on screen. Let me just fix it. Can we fix it? Yes, we can. Boom, boom. There we go. Yeah, what I was going to say is if you go to posts, on the channel, then you'll be able to see that you can vote for Hall of Fame. So if you haven't voted for Hall of Fame, then do that. Because we will, just before we go to Raw, and I might need reminding because you know how I forget, but just before we go to Raw, then you can vote and we'll announce the new person for the Community Hall of Fame. Lovely. Matteo said, Daze, hope you're doing well. And you. Have you been to see the blue on the United States Championship yet? No, but no, I haven't. I'll have a look at it now. If they've changed it, that's great. It's something we've been calling for quite a long time. I never really understood why they didn't have it there to begin with instead of black. So, where's the furry belts? Oh, what's the Euroshop? Probably won't be on Euroshop, will it? We don't get everything that you get on WWE Shop. Where is it? Where is it? Belts, 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 belts. That's weird. It doesn't have belts at the top. It's got superstars. Oh, it does. There it is. I did not see it. There we go. It's better. It's definitely better. I like it more with the blue. I don't know how to feel about it, this belt, to be honest. I mean, first of all, does he need it? He hasn't had the belt. I mean, if he'd held the belt for a year and maybe there was a rule in place where every year, if you've been champion, you get honored with a legacy belt, I could maybe then, buy into it. This does just feel like a cash grab to me. This does just feel like, let's create this belt to make money, right? And listen, I get it. I get it. That's what it's about. So I don't know how to feel about it. I'm still not in love with this as a United States Championship. I think there is probably a little bit too much metallic kind of backgrounds. I do like the blue behind the stars, though. Yes, I think that does look a lot better. So that's definitely an improvement. I suppose nothing in the background behind the Eagles' heads. Maybe we could have done something there. I don't know. The furry it doesn't look as good here. I don't know. It's giving me like 1970s shag carpet vibes. So the other thing as well is because he always wears the white coat, the belt kind of just blends in with it as well. And these fibers are going to get everywhere, aren't they? I mean, I don't want to be that guy. But, like, if you had this, I think you'd need to put it in a case. You couldn't just leave this lying around, because every time you're going to pick it up, move it, a bit of the sort of fur might come away. Yeah, this isn't for me. But the blue does look much better. But, yeah. I think that would be a great rule, though, wouldn't it? If you've been champion for 12 months, then you get a legacy belt, and you get honoured. That would be good. And then we could start looking forward to it. Like, where is it 11 months? One more month, he gets the legacy belt. And we could start, like, looking forward to it. This just feels so random. Really random. Bit too random. Connor said, have we heard the news that the Knicks Brunson is has accepted Roman's invitation to be at Madison Square Garden? Yeah. I think I've heard all the news today. So we know about War Games. We know that Survivor Series is in Houston. Don't love that War Games is back because I think we've had a lot of conversations about looking for something different for Survivor Series. I think we've had conversations as well about what could that be? What does that look like? There's been a few interesting suggestions from the community. War Games feels a bit tired to me. Maybe they can do something interesting with the Vision staying around, Bloodline being back, Solo maybe creating a new group. So maybe we're going to see, like, something interesting this year with War Games. I don't know. Most of the time, certainly for the women, it tends to be a load of people just chucked together just for the sake of it. So I don't know. I must admit, I saw that and I was like, oh, I was really looking for something else this year, but whatever. So, yeah, we know about that. CM Punk was on Stephanie's podcast, of course. CM Punk, very interesting comments. We were just talking about it on the member stream about how CM Punk said that he would like to see better constructive feedback for people after their matches. which I think is really interesting because we have been talking about that, about like what is that feedback process, because the match quality has been poor for so long that you do question what's the system, what's the process, how are they getting feedback about their matches, because nothing seems to improve. So if nothing's improving, then that says to me that the feedback and the accountability is not good enough. I think Triple H gets a lot of blame in those areas that he doesn't deserve. Triple H, for me, is about presenting wrestlers, and he's about storylines, what happens with those wrestlers. But actually, there is a good chunk of Raw and a good chunk of SmackDown that are matches. And that is not Triple H in my book. Yes, he still is responsible for everything, but the producers and the wrestlers have to take some accountability, you know? They're not just completely innocent. It's not all Triple H's fault, and they're just innocent. You know, at some point the bell's going to ring, and at some point they need to perform. At some point they need to shine. And I'm sure there are a lot of reasons as to why they've been struggling to do that. But it does make you question what the feedback's like. And CM Punk today on that Stephanie podcast saying, you know, I'd like to see better constructive feedback, rather than wrestlers running backstage and immediately going on their phones to see what you lot think, right? Go on to see what people online are saying, which I do think they should do as well, because CM Punk said, listen to the live crowd. And I agree with you. But what I would say is there's a hell of a lot more people watching at home than in the live crowds. And I know you're going to get a lot of varied opinion when you go online. You know, some people are going to love what you did. Some people are going to hate what you did. So I understand it's going to be very challenging to sort of find the consensus. But I do think it's also important to know what people are saying at home, because there's a lot more of them. Those people at home are the people that are going to buy their tickets to the next shows, and the show after that, and the show after that, and the show after that. Plus also, if you go to a live event, you've probably had a few drinks, maybe met up with some friends. I'm guessing you're in good spirits, because everyone, you know, not too many people go out in a bad mood. Most people go out to things they're looking forward to watching. You know, us at home are all like, oh, God, this Jay Yeating and running it back. We don't want to see this week after week. But every single week, the live crowd are pleading for him to run it back. Like, those people at the live events are getting their money's worth, right? They're having a very different experience to a lot of us at home. And I don't blame them for it, right? They're there to have a good time. In fact, we applaud their energy. And if it's a flat crowd, we're critical. So actually, them going, having a good time, thumbs up. Yeah, good, pleased. But I think if you only listen to that live crowd, you're not getting the full picture. You're not getting what everyone is actually saying. So I do think that wrestlers should listen to, you know, what's being said. Doesn't mean they have to take it all on board or agree with it all, but it is worth seeing kind of what's being said online. But it's also worth listening to the live crowds, of course. But it's also worth listening to some really good feedback from your producer, from Bruce Pritchard, from Triple H, from whoever's around, whoever it is that's going to deliver that feedback. I mean, we all know a good match from a bad match, right? There's not too many occasions where Dave Meltzer will score something a 2, but we all thought it was a 5. You know, I mean, we might argue over a quarter of a star or half a star, but I mean, we're normally roughly in the same neighborhood, right? So we know the difference between something that's good 85% compared to great 70%. And there's just too much stuff that's in the good range, you know? Low good needs to be much higher. There's clearly an issue. I think there's a lot of issues when it comes to why that's happening, but we kind of just went into it in the member stuff. I'm not going to repeat myself. And we've talked about it here anyway, so I thought that was interesting. So it seems like CM Punk's interview with Stephanie has provided a few interesting little sound bites. Definitely love to see that in-ring kind of getting stronger, better. And I don't really blame Triple H for all that. Aled, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate it. Netforce said, who's going to go through the table during the contract signing? Well, you would imagine Seth, because Roman is going to have his bloodline, of course. I mean, he's going to have Jacob. I'd imagine the Usos will be around. Seth doesn't really have any friends. It's kind of hard to see anyone but Seth getting a bit of a beating here. That'll then set the table for Seth to maybe get some revenge in the coming weeks. Ultimately, I think Roman's winning this as we head towards WrestleMania. I could see Roman having a title run all the way through to WrestleMania. I've got Seth as a real outsider. Just because I think there is a chance Roman goes away after SummerSlam, but I don't know that he's going away to the point where we've got to strip him of the championship. Plus also, I'm feeling pretty confident that he will be competing at Survivor Series. It feels pretty good that Bloodline is going to be one of those teams. So he's going to need to be there. He's going to need to be in the build for that. Obviously, we got Saudi coming up as well. There is another Saudi show. I think it's Crown Jewel that's coming up. I'd imagine he'll be around for that. So I certainly don't think, he's done once we get past SummerSlam. But I could see him, stepping away for a good few weeks and then, coming back as we build towards Money in the Bank. It's probably not needed too much for Money in the Bank. Money in the Bank is more about Money in the Bank than it is championships being defended, but we do still get championships defended. But I wonder if Roman will sit Money in the Bank out. You know that he enjoys a little bit of favoritism. You know that they don't worry too much if he misses a B show PLE. So, I've got Roman as firm favorite against Seth, but I would say the numbers probably don't look good for Seth tonight. Right, Punk was talking about death threats on Stephanie's podcast. I can't believe people take wrestling that serious, that people are out for blood, says Kader. Yeah, it's Kaz mentioned that. I can, to be honest, I can. I think there are some really mentally ill people in the world, and there is nothing preventing them from going on social media. And as a result, there's a lot of stuff that happens. You have people going in, conning people, pretending to be wrestlers in DMs. You have, what happened to Sonya Deville, where someone showed up round her house after bombarding her with messages. You have Liv Morgan being stalked. And you have people just throwing insults and horrific comments about the women and their looks and all this kind of stuff. It is just an absolute mess, to be honest with you. I think people are obviously raised very differently. They come from different backgrounds, different cultures as well. And, social media is just this big melting pot. And you got different beliefs as well. Some people believe that they're just going to tell it as it is, and if you don't like it, well, lump it. That's how it is. I don't care. But equally, you've got others that maybe take other people's feelings a bit more into consideration. So it's just, there was a YouTuber, there was a channel that prided themselves on just being a troll. That's what they enjoyed doing. They would go to wrestlers and post comments and say really offensive stuff just to get the reaction. And then when they got the reaction on their show, they would get content out of it and they would talk about it. And it probably still happens now. I don't know if there are any other channels that are doing that, but I was aware of at least one that was purposefully doing that to antagonize and to actually then, kind of get content and views from the responses. So honestly, it doesn't shock me. It does not shock me in the slightest that kind of thing is going on. How you fix it, how you solve it, I don't know. This is where you start getting into the whole policing of social media. It's not as straightforward as just saying, can everyone stop it, please? Because you've got different, mental abilities, and, there's people out there that really aren't playing with a full deck. And you can't just say, can you stop doing that, because these people are not going to heed that. There's bad people in the world. Breaking news. There's bad people in the world. So, and everyone has got access to social media. So I unfortunately, I can believe it. But hopefully that's something that gets monitored and passed on to the authorities and all that stuff. But how much time have the police got to deal with those things? Do you know what I mean? They've got so much other stuff going on. How much can they really do with that? I genuinely don't know. But I think if you make such threats, certainly against a high-profile celebrity, you'd like to think it's getting taken serious. You'd like to think it gets taken serious if it's against anyone, but I bet if I had a death threat, it probably wouldn't get taken as seriously as if CM Punk gets a death threat, So, but it's just a messed up world, isn't it? Messed up world. Shining Wizard said, if you doubt there are mentally unstable people in wrestling, you only need to come here for proof. It's a great shout. We have gathered together some of the finest mentally challenged, unstable people in all of the IWC, in this community. Although I would urge none of you send death threats. Yeah, dick pics are fine, but not death threats. Yeah, there is a line. So, Connor said, Daze, do we think that Gunther, Sammy can both coexist with each other? Thoughts? Who gives a flip? Those are my thoughts, Connor. Who cares? Does the match mean anything? Nope. Doesn't mean diddly. The only thing I would say is if someone could pin CM Punk, it might get you a title shot. So that's the only thing that you could maybe say. But I don't know. I bet Sammy might not even know he's teaming with Gunther at the moment. He's probably still crying somewhere. Once he's dried his eyes, then he's probably going to be confused as to why he's been put in this match. I mean, it is just a giant nonsense. It is basically just a way of getting people on the show, innit? Let's be honest. We can't do Cody CM Punk because we're doing it at SummerSlam, but it's Madison Square Garden. We need to get stars on the show, so we're just going to do a tag match. Does the tag match mean anything? Nope. Does it matter if Sammy and Gunther can coexist? Nope. Does it matter if Cody and CM Punk can coexist? Nope. It don't matter in the slightest. So I'm just being honest, right? I'm not blown away by that match. I think it's just an absolute nonsense. It does not matter who wins. The only thing that can come out of it for me is if we get someone pinning CM Punk. If Sammy pins CM Punk, he has got an argument for a title match. I think it's a lame excuse, because pinning someone in a tag match is kind of a bit lame, because it's a tag match. There's lots of moving parts. It's not like you've beaten that person in a singles match. It's a tag match, but pro wrestling is pro wrestling, and it's got its quirks. And we know that if you can pin the champ, then you tend to get yourself an opportunity. So I'll say it's got that going for it. But in regards to can they coexist? Probably not. These teams very rarely coexist. But does it even matter? Yeah. I don't know about you, but this does feel like a bit of an inconvenience. This Madison Square Garden show feels like it's in the way. It doesn't feel very much like, this big event that we've kind of built a card up for. It feels like it is on the road to SummerSlam. Like we're doing Danhausen against JD McDonough. I mean, it's great that Danhausen's on the cards, and I understand he's been feuding with Judgment Day, but he's taking on JD McDonough. I mean, that just screams SmackDown match. It does not scream anything important. Then we've got like Paige and Brie against Fatal Influence. I mean, again, women's tag match. We've been seeing them on a regular basis. I don't think people are that enamored with, this story. I don't think people are like, oh yeah, cancel the plans. What was we doing on Saturday? Forget it. We're not going out anymore. We're staying in. Because Paige and Brie are defending against Fatal Influence. I can't imagine there's too much of that going on, right? And so, yeah, look, they've got some star power on with CM Punk, Cody, Sammy, Gunther, put them in a tag match. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who wins. We know where we're going for SummerSlam. And I got to tell you, I do think that's a frustrating thing. I mean, I'm excited for Saturday night's main event, not because of the cards, but because I'm always grateful when I've got something fairly decent to look forward to on a Saturday, because Saturdays are not guaranteed for us. You know, we're here every Monday for Raw. We're here every Tuesday for NXT. We know we're here on a Friday for SmackDown, right? So we know that we've got our streams in the week, but there's never a guarantee that we've got something juicy on a Saturday. And sadly, there have been some Saturdays where we've either had no stream or we've ended up doing like AAA. Now, AAA is really fun, but there's not loads of people that join us for those streams, right? On a Saturday. So, you know, I'm very grateful that we've got a Saturday night's main event. I'd imagine there'll be, you know, a decent amount of people that will join us for that, hopefully. And, you know, I'm grateful I get to do that rather than just sitting here twiddling my thumbs. But the card itself at the moment is not looking essential. There are some things that can come out of it. We could get new women's champions, right? We could find out who is Danhausen's mystery person, so we could get that as well. We could get arguing, I'm sure we will, between Cody and Punk and Sammy and Gunther. You know, I mean, I'm sure there's some stuff that can come out of that. I'm sure there'll be something that'll be entertaining there. But this does not feel like a card that we've kind of built. I mean, it's Saturday night's main event. It's a TV special, you know? It's not a PLE. But I think my hopes were a little bit higher for this one because it's New York. So you kind of go, yeah, this should be special. It's New York. You know, they're going to go big for the Garden. And also, there isn't a PLE in July. So it also feels a little bit like this should be a bit more PLE-ish. But just feels like another Saturday night's main event, doesn't it? It's probably my fault. It's probably my fault for hoping this would be somewhat bigger. But, you know, whatever. There's still potential for there to be some stuff here that could entertain. But if nothing else, I'm grateful that we get a show on a Saturday. Daze, a stacked card where Brock is looking for blood, a gauntlet where we're going to see who can stand out like Kofi did, and let's see which of the final 4 teams are going to advance to the finals. Could WWE learn anything from the World Cup, says Hannah. Could WWE learn anything from the World Cup? There probably are lessons that can be learnt from the World Cup. You would think those lessons would already have been learnt by now, though, considering the World Cup started in 1930 and has been happening every 4 years since. You would imagine that any lessons to be learnt could have already been learnt. But to be honest with you, some of the things that I think they could learn from the World Cup is I think there is a very good build towards the matches. I think that there is an energy as we head to like games that might be missing. Like, it's hard though, isn't it? Because these games are absolutely huge. It's very hard to compare, you know, knockout games in a World Cup to like a weekly TV show. But I don't know, could we do a better job of previewing shows before we get to them? At the moment, we just get like a phone thing that Adam Pearce puts out. And to be honest, before he was doing that, we didn't have anything. So is there a way that we could build towards Raw and SmackDown better? You know, they've got social media channels. So is that really the best we can do? Adam Pearce, like, hey guys, it's that time again. You know, and he kind of breaks it down. So I think if things in those elements you could definitely look at. The hype towards you before we even get to like a game. Plus also maybe there's something in local celebrities. Do we do enough with local celebrities? Not to the point where they're on the show, because there's a lot of celebrities that go to the football games, but they don't actually play the game. They're just in the stands. But look what Speed does. You know, Speed is in the stands and he's live streaming. He's not on the pitch. We're watching the game, but he's still providing content like in the stands. So is there actually something where they could have local celebrities come to the shows and you could have some kind of like side stream that WWE could control or someone else could control that just brings a little bit of extra energy. I think there are ways, of making these Raws and SmackDowns feel more like bigger events than, just like a weekly show. They just feel like a weekly show. But actually, if you think about what they're doing, they're going to different places. So do we need to dig into that a little bit more? I think there are lessons, definitely. And, you could even take lessons and put it into the content. But I think like WWE, if it is going to learn any lessons, probably would have learnt them by now. But yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff you can take from the World Cup. It's been a big success, hasn't it? I think everyone's giving it a thumbs up. Netforce said, the problem with Saturday night's main event nowadays is we see stars versus stars every week, like twice a week. It's nothing new. Back when Saturday night's main event started, we only saw stars against jobbers every week. So a Saturday night's main event felt like a PLE. That's interesting. I actually agree with you a little bit that, I don't think it would be too bad if we did more jobber matches. The only thing I would say is if you're going to do a jobber match, I think there is something really important that you need to do. And that is you've got to really perform. Your performance actually needs to get even bigger. Because I think if you're going to go against a jobber, there's not really much doubt as to who's going to win, right? So really what this should be is a showcase of your moves. It should be a showcase of how good you are. And actually, that might be a little bit tricky to do when you're in there with another talent because you might not get as much offense as what you want. Maybe you can show your selling skills. But actually, this is an ability to show your moveset and actually try some stuff, bring some new in. And I wouldn't do it all the time. I do think there is an opportunity to do a few things. I think as well, like just seeing a different face, a different name is always interesting when you've got like a local talent. I mean, maybe it could be like a young talent that's coming through that people have got a little bit of excitement around, It could be someone that is kind of known to the hardcores. I mean, your average fan ain't going to know them. But, like, imagine if we had Zilla kind of in there, or we had Nikki Blackheart, or we had whoever, Will Cruz when we came to London. You could maybe work with someone that's an up-and-comer, that's got a little bit of buzz around them. I think that you can drop those matches in. But what you don't want to do is you don't want to just go in there and then phone it in. You don't want someone going in and just chucking them rounds and 1, 2, 3, done. No, that was easy. Because these matches are just going to be really dull. They're not going to, that's what everyone's going to be like, no, I don't need to see that. It's just a waste of time. But actually, as someone that enjoys watching performers, like actually performing and wrestling, I think this is going to give you an ability to really show your moveset and really show like some stuff that you can do. Like a really nice German suplex, delayed standing vertical suplex, frog splashes, moonsaults, whatever it is, like the full repertoire. I suppose in a way, rather than looking at it as a jobber match, you reframe it as a showcase match. And it's really about Damian Priest showcasing what he can do. This is me as a performer. This is what I can do. And I'm going to, get it all out in this match. And I think, like, that could be really interesting. Might get a bit old, I don't know. We'd have to see. But I would not be down on that. If we had a Dominic Mysterio showcase match tonight against a local talent, I would be interested to see it because I'd want to know who the local talent is. I'd want to know, what the name is, what they're wearing. I'd want to know kind of how are we presenting this and what's the reason for it. And then obviously I'd want to know how they book it. And I think, there is a way that you can do it where you go, that was all right, I thought it was just going to be a rubbish squash match, but Dominic looked really good there. And if you do that, I don't know if you'd even do it once a show. if you'd even do that. But I do think that's something that WWE can definitely revisit. We used to do it all the time. You're absolutely right. Back in the day, you used to do it all the time. And it was very rare. You would get superstar versus superstar, and then that's where Saturday night's main event would shine a bit more. So I'm sure there's a way of just bringing a little bit of that back in. Not completely changing everything, though. I wouldn't do that. I think that it's in this day and age, people have got short attention spans. You've got so many stars. You need to try and, get them on the shows. You don't want Rhea fans tuning in and not seeing Rhea. So I do understand that. You do want to try and find that, I would say balance, but I don't think there's much of a balance. I think it's like just try and get as many stars on as you can, really. But equally, we can sit here and say that's not massively helping ratings, is it? SmackDown has been doing about 1.1 million, and they've been using all the big names they've got. So I also think if you do the same thing on a regular basis, you get lessening returns. So, they keep doing the same thing, which is star against star, decent name against decent name. Let's get all the big names on the show. And, you do that year after year after year after year after year. And eventually, people just get desensitized to it. So actually, if you did start getting some jobber matches in, maybe it would start making some other matches feel a bit more special as well. So, yeah, I can see what you're saying there. I do think it's very challenging, though, because I know, and I speak for myself here as well, I wouldn't be interested in watching a whole show of, stars against jobbers. I think you could do, one match on maybe a show, maybe one match a week or something like that. I don't think that's too much to ask. And as I said, I'd reframe it as a showcase match rather than a squash. It's more about that established talent showing what they can do. So NetForce, shout out to you, my friend. I think you made a really great point there. That might explain why Saturday night's main event doesn't feel quite as special as it used to. Bernard said, I can't wait until WWE matches get hydration breaks so that we can get even more matches in. I suppose in a way they do, don't they? I mean, we do go to commercial during matches. It's just the talent don't stop for a drink. They just slow down. A lot of you in America will go to commercial. We stay with it on Netflix, and I can tell you a lot of the matches just die a death. A lot of the matches just really slow. There's a couple of matches where they'll do exciting stuff, and then when we come back, you'll see this is what you missed. I think that's the right way of doing it, because there's still a lot of us that are still watching, and there's obviously still a live crowd. But, I mean, you really do feel it. There's quite a few times where I'm like, are we at commercial? Because the match just slows. And then it turns out, yes, we are. So, yeah, hydration breaks, you could make an argument, have long been in WWE. I think if wrestling fans could change one of the things they would like to change is no commercial breaks during matches. WWE do it. They don't have to, by the way, but they do it because they believe it's the best way of getting you to come back. If you watch a match and you get invested in a match, you're probably going to want to know who wins. So it makes sense to go to commercial break because you're more likely to not change channels. Could you imagine if you watched a match, it concluded, and then we go to commercial break? There's no guarantee that you'll stick around. At some point, WWE learned that commercials during matches are one of the best ways of getting people to stay. It's one of the best retentions. And I've no doubt that's why they do it, because it would benefit the show a lot more to not interrupt matches. It would benefit the show a lot more so that a match could properly build. I mean, this is one of the reasons why matches at PLEs are so much better than matches on Raw and SmackDown. Raw and SmackDown have just got these big barriers to overcome, which are the commercial breaks, which just completely take you out. And then, you have 3 minutes of adverts, and then bang, you have to come back in. And even if you stay with the match, because a lot of people have gone to commercial that the wrestlers know have gone to commercial, as I said, the matches die. So, yeah, commercial breaks during matches are a real issue. But it's not an issue I see changing anytime soon, unfortunately. It's been that way decades. G Doggy Dog, hello. Perhaps Evolve could be a starting point to bring back jobbers to help create those next big things. Maybe, yeah. I do think there is a place for them. I do want to be clear though, because I mean, I'm not starting a campaign to bring jobbers back, right? And I'm certainly not starting a campaign for most matches to be those. I think once a week, maybe once a show maximum, but maybe once a week, just so that a different superstar gets to sort of show what they can do. I think there's something to that. Some of the most brutal moves I've ever seen were done with jobbers, you know. Do you remember Yokozuna doing those bonsai drops on jobbers? I mean, there's footage of him coming doing bonsai drops and just absolutely like caving people's ribs in. Like horrific. Like no, like he jumps off to do the bonsai drop and there is no, like he lands ass first on their chest and it's bad, mate. It's bad. Some of those moves are some of the most brutal that I've ever seen. And they're against jobbers. Do you remember James Ellsworth was a jobber, got so over that they ended up like bringing him back and using him for a few years. He just started as being a jobber with Braun Strowman, didn't he? And there's been a few examples of that, actually, where jobbers have sort of got over. So, I don't know. I'm not... Brooklyn Brawler had a whole career of being an enhancement talent, Steve Lombardi. And, you know, there's quite a few famous jobbers over the years. You know, these would be the same sort of names. Dwayne Gill, who would go on to be Gilberg. He did a lot of that kind of enhancement talent work as well. So, yeah, it's... I think that, again, if you use... The other thing as well is if you use one of those sort of names that's on the indie scene, then, you know, that could be interesting. As you said, maybe use Evolve talent. Maybe they could be jobbers. That way you are getting that performance center talent used to sort of being on Raw and SmackDown, giving them a taste. Doesn't matter if they're not, you know... You don't want anyone that doesn't know how to wrestle. The kind of talent you'd want to use is talent that's coming from the indies. You don't want to use like people that are really learning basics. But we've got people in Evolve that have come in from the indies. We've got a lot of WWE ID talent. You know, Elaney Luck, for example, has been wrestling for years and years and years. She is in Evolve. She could absolutely be an opponent for someone on the main roster. And she'd be great. And it would be fine. And then you got like a Marcus Mathers who could go in there against the guys. I'm telling you now, Carmelo Hayes, Marcus Mathers could be quite interesting. And what if one of those talents actually looks not bad? All of a sudden, you know, you've got a bit of a handshake after like respect. Marcus Mathers like loses, but had some moments look pretty good. I think there's something to it. I think there's something there. Yeah. It's not going to fix many of WWE's problems, of course, but, you know. Not that it matters, but I wonder why they took away the Prime Hydration Station. Oh, it's probably the end of the sponsorship, wasn't it? I mean, the Prime Hydration Station was obviously paid by Prime. Same as, like, you know, when you actually have the logos in the ring. So Prime will have paid to have had that presence. And as soon as that deal came to an end, I'm sure WWE would have been willing to have took more Prime money. But to be honest, Prime is just not selling like it used to, is it? I mean, all you hear is that it's just completely crashed. It was a fad. It's done. So, you know, I think Prime has kind of, I don't want to say come to an end. I'm sure there's still people that purchase it, but it is nowhere near what it was. Going back about 3 years, 2023. I mean, I remember seeing bottles being sold in like high-end clothes stores because it was so on trend. When I did Wrestling Shop Live, actually, in London, where I like was meet and greeting people. We've done that a few times. Last one was a few years ago now. But I did that with Wrestling Shop, and it was at Waterloo train station. And it was just a place you could come for free. And I was there, like, you know, meeting members of the community. And they had a few other shops, obviously, around. There was a little kind of mini shopping centre in the train station. And we had a couple of the empty units. And so they had all these figures in the one unit. They had, I was there. Who else was there? Devon. No, not Devon. D'Lo. D'Lo Brown was there. He was there. Bill from Mattel, the lead designer of Mattel, he was there as well. So it was really good. This was a few years ago now. But they had a few doors down. They had a clothes shop, a trainer shop actually, that was selling like really expensive like Jordans, all kind of like wrapped in like film, like really expensive, and like some designer shirts. And in the window they had all these Prime bottles, and they were selling like just Prime, but I think they were selling them for like £5 a bottle, because a lot of places I think were sold out. So I mean, it's mental. This drink was like on trend, and it was like £5 a bottle. I think you can get it for like, I don't know, 50 cents now or something. But yeah, I mean, it's just not what it was, is it, anymore? And I'd imagine as a result, they've probably scaled back some of their sponsorships. So you don't see it in the middle of the ring. And the Prime Hydration station has gone. So I don't know what the future of that drink looks like, but probably not as strong as where it was. Rational Gaze, hello, said the last Carmelo Hayes promo segment with Trick was brutal. It was clear that Melo was reciting a pre-written script. Trick came off like an actual person. It doesn't bode well for Melo, said Rational Gaze. Okay. Abram said, Daze community, happy Monday. Shout out to you, buds. Connor said, when are we going to do Damian Priest and R-Truth against War Raiders? Yeah, well, they want to know that as well, don't they? So they were asking that question. So I thought there was a chance it was going to be on Friday just gone, but it wasn't. And, you know, I'm wondering if it's going to be Friday coming up, but it's not been announced. So, yeah. Seemingly it's not Saturday night's main event, because they, I'm sure, would have just announced it. So whether they're going to kick the can all the way to SummerSlam, maybe SummerSlam, but at the moment, nothing announced. Natasha, hello, said my son loves WWE, so did my brother. I've been watching WWE in the 80s. Growing up with my brother, I watched it. I'm now in my 50s with my son. Well, Natasha, shout out to you. I think a lot of people get into it when they're younger and just stick with it. And I mean, it's brilliant. We are critical of WWE, but it all comes from a good place, because just like when you support your favorite sports team and you want to see them get better, you know, you will obviously be like, oh, this player's not doing well, the manager's not doing a good job, blah, blah, blah. But you still love the team. And that's true with us and WWE. I love WWE. I'll always love WWE. And yeah, there's been a few things recently that people have been critical of. But there's been some good stuff as well. And I do think SummerSlam is looking like a very good card. So Saturday night's main event this weekend might not be looking that crazy. I agree with anyone that sort of feels that way. But I do think right now SummerSlam is shaping up to be very strong. I mean, Roman Seth is a match I'm really looking forward to. Ober against Brock, Hell in a Cell. That's going to be a lot of fun as well. Iyo going for a championship. I mean, we all love Iyo. Who doesn't love Iyo? She's going to try and get that belt from Liv. We don't know what's happening with Rhea at the moment. Obviously, we need to get an update there. We're getting very close to SummerSlam. I got asked the other day, when would we pull the trigger on taking the belt off her? And I think the answer is if she cannot defend at SummerSlam. That would be my answer. I think that belt should be defended at SummerSlam. So if she can't defend, I would personally take the title off her. But she might make it, even if she does not feature for 1 second before SummerSlam, but she can be at SummerSlam. I would take that, because I think she's such a big name and she's the champ. And I think if the champ's dealing with a bit of an injury, a bit of an issue, I think there can be some leeway. I think there's a little bit of champion's prerogative at play or whatever. But yeah, I think that for me, she is definitely one of the biggest names in WWE. And so, yeah, if she can make it to SummerSlam, then fine. That's fine. I remember watching Undertaker Bray at WrestleMania 31. and Bray did a lot of the build. Undertaker just wasn't around. In fact, it was Bray week after week trying to antagonize Undertaker, saying how Bray was the new face of fear. And, he was trying to get Undertaker's attention. And eventually he does, and the match is made. But to be honest with you, I really cannot remember if we saw Undertaker at all in the build to that match, or if the first time we saw him was at WrestleMania. It might have been. I remember him sending some messages, lights flickering, things like that, but I can't remember if we actually saw Undertaker in the build. So there is a history of big names, and I would class Rhea as a big name, not featuring in the build, but just being at the actual show. And she is champ. You want that belt, you're going to have to take it from her. I don't expect her to defend before SummerSlam. So I don't think all we're missing out on is builds. So I think we can, if we know she's going to be there, let's just do a number one contenders. Find the opponent. The opponent can do a week or two of promos. We can maybe get a video from Rhea just saying I'm not 100% right now, but I will be at SummerSlam. And I'm so excited to, compete against you, whoever it is, blah, blah, blah. And that's fine for me. I'm okay with it. It's not ideal. We do wish that Rhea was around. But if she is dealing with an injury, which seemingly she is, as long as she can make SummerSlam, I'm okay. If she can't, I think we get the belt off her. Because I think not defending at SummerSlam is probably the line for me. So we don't know what's happening there. We're going to have to obviously wait and see. I've not seen any update or anything. Netforce Technology, hello, said, what do we think? WWE bringing back a TV title to help lower card guys get some exposure. We can even keep it to a 15-minute time limit. I don't know. I think it's difficult because there's a lot of belts and there's a lot of criticism of there being too many belts. So I'm not sure where the appetite would be with the average person for another title. Plus also we've got Rey Fenix kind of defending his AAA championship on WWE TV at the moment. So, we found a way of using a AAA belt to kind of get him onto the show. So I don't know. Do we need a TV title to try and get people on? Is there not a way of just getting people on anyway, without needing another title? So I don't know. I think that one would divide opinion. I feel like the answer is the majority would probably go for it, but then when it's in, the majority would then also very quickly turn around and say there's too many belts. So that might be one of those situations where people like new things and they'd be like to see it because they'd like to see who gets it, what the belt looks like, get all of that. Once they have all those answers and they see it for a while, I'll bet you anything those fans then turn around and go, I just feel like there's too many belts. So not sure. Split. Waffle said, I disagree. Ober Femi is going to be a snore fest. The cage being lowered in the ring will take longer than the actual match, said Waffle. Roberto said, WWE will eventually recover from its current flaws, just like they've done in the past. I recently watched a couple of UFC shows. I realised TKO is not the actual problem, said Roberto. Okay. What brought you to that conclusion? What was it about watching the two most recent... what I would say is these two most recent... If they are the White House show and the Connor show, I do feel like you've just watched two pretty exceptional shows rather than the norm. Because White House was a one-off event to mark 250 years of America. They've already said they're never doing it again. They actually lost a lot of money on that show. I think it cost $60 million to put that show on. They did not make that money back. So the White House show was a good PR thing for them, but a one-off. Probably the most exceptional show they've ever done in their history. And then the other, and not their idea either, by the way, Donald Trump's idea. It was Donald Trump, the president, that said, how about we do this? So not a TKO idea. And then the other one is Connor coming back. Connor coming back is obviously special. He has not done it in 5 years. He is back, I think, largely to see out his contract. He's got 2 fights left. He got that one, and then he's got another one next year. So I don't know how much you can judge. If those are the 2 you've seen, by the way, I don't know how much we can judge TKO and UFC from those 2 shows, because they are very exceptional. That's not a norm. But maybe you've seen a couple of fight nights or something. I don't know. I don't know what shows you've seen. But if it was those 2 most recent ones, I do think that is not quite an accurate picture. Wayne said, I would still like to see a submission division in NXT instead of a speed championship. Adult School said, will Dom ever be a world champion? I would think so at some point, yes. At some point. I don't think they're in a rush for it, though. I think there are other options ahead of him. I'm on vacation with my family. Hello, Steve. Here, I'm just giving some time to join this stream. Is there anything interesting set for tonight? Well, there's a gauntlet match where we're going to try and find Penta's opponent. Right now, 52% of you think that it is going to be Chad Gable. And I can see that. He's not a heel, but he has got crazy momentum after the mask versus mask, and we are maybe even at risk of sort of losing that momentum a little bit. So we probably do need to be pulling the trigger here. So Chad Gable at the moment, 52%. We've had nearly 400 votes. You lot are feeling very good that Chad should be able to get the job done tonight. Roberto said, yeah, I did mean those. But I meant UFC and WWE can easily reach an agreement to lower ads and prices. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they will, though. I mean, that Conor fight on Saturday, that was the highest grossing event in UFC history. So ticket price-wise, it's the most they've ever charged. White House is different because White House, they just wrote it off. I mean, the White House, they just kind of knew it was an exceptional show, and they also knew of the security issues. So they just got a lot of service people in the crowd for that. And then they did like I think it was free to go to the big screen, just, you know, down the road, and then watch it. Like, you know, there was thousands of people that watched it on the big screen. So, I mean, that was like America 250. Big kind of exception thing. But then the Conor thing, they've just made 25 million from 20,000 people. So, I mean, they've just charged over £1,000 for every ticket. Not quite that way. Some people would have paid 500. Some people would have paid 2,000, for example, right? Whatever. But yeah, that's their highest gate ever, 25 million. So I can't really say there's much evidence of TKO going backwards with pricing or going backwards with sponsorship. I think that, unfortunately, this is part of the fabric of live entertainment now. I mean, we've just seen the World Cup charge prices well above. I saw a graph, actually, that showed, like, World Cup ticket prices over the years doing that, which, of course, we expect. We don't expect the ticket prices to be the same as the 1980s, 1990s. Of course it's going up. Everything's going up. But then you get to America this year and it goes like this. I mean, this is not just a natural, it is a drastic, like, something has happened that has drastically altered live event ticket pricing. I do wonder if it was the pandemic, because I do think that a lot of live events missed out on money. I think a lot of live events, we were all like at home, self-isolating. A lot of sports didn't have fans. A lot of gigs obviously could no longer go ahead. The whole live industry, venues, all of that stuff obviously was hurting. And I wonder if there's been a bit of an extra sort of premium that has then been put on live events post-pandemic. I don't have the answer to that. I've never seen any information on that, but it does feel like something has happened in the past few years that has really driven up pricing for not just WWE, but like gigs and all this stuff. There was someone on the other day saying that artists don't make money from their music anymore because of streaming. But I mean, streaming has been a problem for 10 years. I feel like it's more the past 5 where we've seen ticket prices really explode. So, yes, I do believe there is something in that. But I also think just live content in particular has just gone up. And I don't know if it's just greed outdoing greed. I don't know if it's a case of like the NFL pushed their prices up, so basketball did, which then meant that music did, which then meant WWE did, which, do you know what I mean? Like, you hear this line a lot, don't you? We're in line with the industry. They love that. We're in line with the industry. It's basically like, yes, tickets have gone up by 50%, but we're in line with the industry. This is where the industry is at the moment. And it's like, yeah, you're all greedy. Yeah, I agree. All of you are greedy. All of you are charging too much. The whole industry is out of line, in my opinion. Obviously, costs are going up and there's all these extra charges and, you know, Straight to Hormuz is open, then it's closed, then it's open, then it's closed. I mean, so petrol pricing is going up and going down, going back up again. I mean, like, it's a crazy world in which we're living in. Cost of living, all of that. I get it. But, I don't know, man. It stings, doesn't it? Definitely stings when you're looking at ticket prices and seeing like really high ticket prices and then all you're hearing is, well, we're just in line with the industry. It's like, screw you. Screw you. It's just greed fulfilling greed and it's greed justifying greed. So I don't have that same confidence that we're going to see ticket prices coming down drastically. I think what will happen is this club WWE is going to offer discounts for the low price of $100 a year. You can save money on tickets. But equally, they will be looking at that thinking, well, you know, we stand a chance of, you know, just making that money back on the club WWE membership. We stand money on making it back on the extra merch that we might sell, because obviously there's going to be an exclusive shop. We might sell extra tickets because of the discounts. So, you know, they will have factored these things in and done the calculations. So I don't think ticket prices are necessarily coming down, but I think that you will see this, hey, be a Club WWE member and then you can get money off tickets. And I think you might see that being the way forward when it comes to WWE. Interesting stuff, though. Roberto, shout out to you. TKO purchased WWE in the fall of 2023, but it wasn't until last year that the ads started to ruin the products. I'm not sure. I feel like adverts have been a conversation for a long time. TKO don't really have control over adverts in the sense of they're not the ones that are putting them in. So they obviously sell the products to ESPN, or they sell it to USA Network, or they sell it to Netflix, whatever. Really, once they've got the money, it's down to those places to then decide how many adverts they want to run. WWE has got say on the placement, but yeah, adverts have been interrupting WWE ever since they've been on TV. I mean, we've always had adverts. I think there has probably over the years been an increase in adverts, but yeah, I think the big thing that you would point to TKO for is not so much adverts, because that, I think, is controlled more by the different networks, but it's more increase in sponsorship. Certainly when you look at the ring and the adverts that are on the mat, and when you look at the adverts that are on the turnbuckles, and when you look at like the barricade with an advert and the ring apron with the LED board that's got an advert. Sometimes you even have a mascot coming down that's, you know, there for a reason. Sometimes you have a Prime hydration station, right? So, you know, we've seen an increase with those kinds of adverts and that kind of sponsorship. And then the other thing as well is, of course, as we said, the ticket pricing. And we've seen a big increase with that strategy as well. So those are the things that it's hard to see us walking back from. And adverts I don't really see us walking back from, but that I think is more of a network thing. Right, John Kane, hello. Said it's Kane. It's gotta be Kane. Bring out Heel Daze. John Kane, hello. Hope you're doing well, my friends. Shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that's joining us, actually. We got a fair few. Oh, wow. I didn't realise we only had 50 minutes. I thought we still had about an hour and a half. Hogan Cutter said wrestling is always boom and bust, and it's always going to be booming based on hot feuds and stories and angles. You blow off those feuds, and then you get a lull period that happens naturally, says Hogan Cutter. I don't disagree with that. I agree. I think we did Bloodline Story. I think that ended, and I think we went into the lull. The only thing you would say is they definitely tried some new stuff last year that could have worked and could have got us to a boom period quicker, but it didn't. So I think last year when we're looking at stuff and we're getting frustrated, I think we're justified in that, because you look at a John Cena heel run, and at the time we're like, this is not working. Why do they think people are going to buy tickets to boo John Cena when this is the last time he's going to be in their town? It doesn't make any sense. People love John. They love John more than ever. It used to be let's go Cena, Cena sucks. And actually that stopped because people just, those kids that loved him when they were kids have grown up and they love him now as adults. And not only that, he's not really around enough to get in the way. Like, back in the day, he used to be seen as Super Cena, who would just sort of bury everyone. And there was a lot of frustration that it was always him on top. It's funny because that's what you hear now with Cody, right? It's what we heard with John. It's what we heard with Roman. It's what we heard towards the end of Hulkamania. It's just what happens. So you're right, history does repeat. It very much repeats. And you're right, we got to the end of that Bloodline Story and we went into a lull, and that is natural. But WWE's job is to find the next thing, isn't it? That's going to get us out that lull. And I would say that in 2025, they tried the Vision. They tried with the John Cena retirement story. We tried with Jade. We tried with Tiffany. We tried a few different things, and it didn't work. And so now here we are, having to go back to some old tried and tested things that have worked. And, we're getting some good results as a result. So I kind of like where we are right now. I'm excited by what I'm seeing for SummerSlam. That's good. Thumbs up there. Not crazy about what I'm seeing for Saturday night's main event, but I'm sure we can still get something from it. Maybe a reveal of what Danhausen's been working on. That would be good. That would make the show worth it. I always think, like, what's the thumbnail going to be for the breakdown video? What's the thumbnail? And obviously, I'm kind of looking and I'm not too sure. I'm sure there's probably going to be a big brawl between, like, CM Punk, Cody and everything. I mean, maybe that'll be the thumbnail. But, if we do get, like, a reveal of Danhausen's monster, that could certainly be the thumbnail. So, yeah, there's potential. We could get something out of this weekend. But SummerSlam is looking really good. So I think what WWE are just trying to do at the moment is get to some solid ground, get to some solid foundations, and look to build on that. And I think what we had last year was pretty shaky ground. It was soft ground, and it didn't work. So, yeah, I agree. I think you make a good point. We always go through kind of ups and downs. Wrestling is quite cyclical. Natasha said, we live in Cornwall. We never have WWE or stars coming to this part of the UK. That should the only live wrestling show our son has seen. We take him to Butlins. Oh, right, that's cool. I don't think they really do Butlins anymore, do they? WWE, they used to. I haven't seen them do it for a while now. Butlins is like a holiday park. So you kind of book in, you have a chalet, which is just like a room. And then you can go to the entertainment complex, which has got like an arcade, and it's got a bar, and it's got a theatre, and there's a playground, and there's a nice kind of swimming area with, like, slides and stuff like that. So there's lots of stuff to do. I've been to Butlins. I haven't been to Butlins about 20 years, but when I did go, I had a great time. I just went for like an extended weekend, few days, 4 days, whatever. Great. I mean, you just chill out, you just eat food, you go to the bar, you go to the arcade. There's always some entertainment. But in the past, WWE have gone there and put shows on. They've actually gone and put on events at Butlins. So all the people there would go and just, check out the wrestling. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's happened with the agreement there, but they haven't been in a little while. So I agree with you. That part of the UK definitely misses out. I don't know if they do Plymouth, though. I think they might have done Plymouth a few times. I'm sure that's still a little bit of a journey, but not too bad, I wouldn't have thought. Plymouth is right the way down in that part of the world. So, yeah, I'd have to have a look. But yeah, Butlins haven't seen in a while. Hogan Cutter said the fans ruin a lot of what WWE try. The audience and their reactions and their attempts to sabotage the shows is the worst thing about WWE. It goes back to the 2012 era. It takes a lot of joy out of watching, says Hogan Cutter. Interesting. Net4 said, I think part of the price increase for WWE is TKO making up the money of purchasing WWE and UFC. They're in debt for that, and I think they're just trying to get that paid off. I don't know. I agree and I disagree. I think that, yes, there probably is something in them trying to get back the money they've spent, but equally, I don't think that when that's happened or when they achieve that, the prices will then come down. So, I mean, if you buy WWE or Man United or anything like that, right? And the reason why I say Man United is because this is the exact same thing that's happened there as well. They got bought, but they didn't get bought with money that already existed. They got bought and they kind of got bought against their own profits, which meant that they went into debt. And so now we're having to pay off a debt that didn't exist before. This is how business works. This is how a lot of business works. You kind of use the profits from the company you buy to then pay back the loan, which doesn't seem quite right, does it? It doesn't seem quite right. Because if you've got a company that's really healthy, there's no guarantee it's going to stay healthy. So paying back someone from the profits that company makes it seems like you should just buy them. If you've got the money, you buy them. But that's just not how the business world works. That's not what happened with Man United. And it's not what happened with WWE either. So you're right, there is a debt that needs to be serviced. But I think that, the price increase could definitely explain that. But I do think if you look at the industry is really driving up live event ticket pricing. And I also think that if they're doing it to try and service the debt and pay back the debt, once that debt is paid, logically you would expect the ticket prices to then become more reasonable because all of a sudden they don't have that debt. I do not see that happening. I think TKO are a business that are in to make money. They don't really care about customer satisfaction other than how it affects their bottom line. We just don't really live in a world anymore where the customer is necessarily first. It's more about how do we get the money out of the customer? How do we maximize the amount of money we can get from people? That's the world we live in. And some people might say it's right, some people might say it's wrong. I don't really worry too much about that. I just hope there's still a way that kids can go to the shows, because I think, and adults, but I just sort of feel like you're really hurting yourself if you are pricing the average family out from being able to go. If the average family that's being squeezed at the moment can't afford to take their kids to a live show, what are we doing? Do you know? Wrestling has always been like a form of entertainment that the masses can enjoy. It's, it's meant to be not a common person's form of entertainment, but, working class can go along and it was not like a hoity-toity, the royal families and people like that would go to the wrestling. I mean, wrestling has always been that sort of, it's had that bingo hall carnival vibe, hasn't it? Where, you know, your average Joe can go along and escape from the world. And, you know, that still happens. That's still, you know, you can still go to wrestling shows for a good price, but seemingly not WWE at the moment, so... I don't know. I mean, whenever we have these conversations, there's always people that are like, well, you say this, but I got tickets at this amount, blah, blah, blah. And it is true that as you get closer to events, ticket prices can come down because obviously they've not sold those tickets and they want to. And so the prices come down. So, I mean, ticket pricing has gone up and the average price of a ticket in 2026 is more expensive than in previous years. All of that is true. But there is another truth, which is if you wait last minute, you can find some deals. And, you know, there is still a way of like being able to go to shows without completely breaking the bank. So I don't know. You have to look at it on a case by case basis. I would say if you're interested in going, certainly have a look. See if you can find good ticket pricing, fair ticket pricing. If you can't, don't break the bank, because I think that there is a way. As you get closer to the event, events rarely are selling out right now. So you should be able to find good pricing as you get closer. I've certainly seen people saying that the tip is to leave it late and you should be able to get good pricing. So whether that is true for every show, I really can't say, but that's certainly what I've heard, that you can delay it late and get good pricing. John said, you need to cut a babyface promo short, put on an NWO shirt and give us a heel day, says John. John, I'm just naturally a heel, buds. I'm just naturally a heel. I don't need an NWO shirt. I just wear black as it is. So I think I've got the heel thing ticked. I'm not looking to turn babyface anytime soon. No interest to me whatsoever. I'm not here to be liked or loved. I think you all know that as well. RTX said, do we agree on basically every title match having Cody in it? For me, it's time to move on. Is there any rumours of Drew coming back? No rumours of Drew coming back at the moment, but he has been doing films. Do I agree on every title match having Cody in it? No, but I do think he should be around the title. I think that Cody is one of the top stars that they've got. I think numbers-wise, he justifies being at the top of the cards. I can understand as to why he's being used at the top of the cards. He spent his whole career trying to get there, and he finally did get there in one of the biggest moments in WWE history at WrestleMania 40. I think they then dropped the ball with trying to follow up on that, which was a real shame. But I think there's still a lot of affection for Cody, and that is not shared by everyone. But I would say the numbers say that it is still firmly the majority that are with Cody. So I always feel like when these things come up, it's the anti-Cody people that are obviously driving the narrative that we need to move on from Cody. Whereas I think Cody's fine to be in the mix. I have no problem if Cody now goes into a feud with someone away from the title. We do some stuff away from Cody, right? That's absolutely fine. But I really disagree with those people that say he should be out the way for a year or 2 years or something like this. Because I'm telling you right now, if Cody comes back after a year, those people will be quick to moan, right? Those people will not be like, fair play, he was out the way for a year, respect. They'll be like, this guy again. I thought we'd got rid of him. Truth is, people that don't like Cody, and that ain't going to change if you move him out of the title picture. So let's be honest, shall we? I mean, the honest truth is, if you don't like Cody, you don't like Cody. He's going to have to change in order for people's opinions to change. And honestly, like, for me, is fine. I don't have an issue with him. Kids like him. He's the red hot baby face. He's the John Cena of this generation, the Roman, the Hogan. He's the guy that they've identified, thanks to the numbers and the merch that's been generated, as being the horse to back. And even though there's plenty of people online that have kind of jumped off the bandwagon, WWE is a global brand that's got millions and millions and millions of fans. Just because there's like, I don't know, what, 10,000 people online that have jumped ship. I mean, IWC is a percentage of the global fan base. And don't forget as well, you're only seeing the English-speaking part, right? What about Latin America? What about France? What about Germany? What about India? What about Japan? Like, what about Africa? I mean, it's global WWE. Yeah, I bet you see a lot of the same accounts pushing the same narratives, you know? Your world is not that big. It's not that big. It's very easy to fall into an echo chamber and think everyone is thinking the exact same thing. It must be very confusing when he comes out and he gets cheers. Must be very strange for a lot of people out there that are just like, this doesn't make sense. I thought everyone hated Cody. Nope. It's because you're in an echo chamber. You're not looking at the big picture. Big picture is that he has still got plenty support all over the world. But there's a healthy vocal amount of people online that are pushing the anti-Cody narrative. So for me, Cody is fine to be in the mix. Has he been a bit overused? Maybe. It's not anything that worries me. It's not anything I've ever complained about. I think WWE have got way bigger problems. And who would replace him? I mean, for me, like, Bron Breakker's not ready. Oba can come into the mix. But I think for me, when it's time to move on from Cody is when we get, you know, people that are undeniable. Show me the undeniable people. Show me the people that can take his spot. I think Oba's one. But I don't think there's loads. I mean, I think LA Knight's interesting. I think he was never brought in to be that kind of a name. And I think he's sort of got himself to that level where you could pull the trigger and see how it goes. And I think WWE have considered it. And I think it's something they've given some thought to. At the moment, they haven't done it. Doesn't mean they won't do it. But the truth is, they do not see him as a long-term solution. Because he's like 43, I think. So, I mean, how many more years are you going to get out of LA Knight? Is it worth, like, really investing in him? Or is it better to look at someone that's in their late 20s, early 30s? You know? So, you've got to factor that in as well. That's a big... So, people scream in LA Knight. What's the long-term prospect of LA Knight? Obafemi's 28. I don't know how old Bron Breakker is, but I think it's maybe early 30s. I mean, that's where WWE are looking. You know, Trick Williams, Obafemi, Bron Breakker, Jacob Fatu. These names are the ones that I think are going to take those spots. But I don't really feel like too many of them outside of Oba are quite ready to do it yet. We've got to continue to build them up. So whilst we're continuing to do that, you know, Cody, I think, has been fine, honestly, over these past couple of years. He finally got there at WrestleMania 40, which was 2024. Here we are in 2026, just 2 years later. Do I think that they've overexposed him? I think it's fine. If I was sat here after 5 years, maybe I'd feel different, but it's been 2 years, just over 2 years. And it's not like he's had the belt all that time. Roman Reigns had the belt for 4 years. Like, Cody's had it for 2. And he's lost it at times as well. I mean, he lost it to Cena at WrestleMania last year. So, I mean, he had the belt for like a year. Lost it. Got it back at SummerSlam. And then he lost it again in January. So, I mean, it's not like he's been holding the belt constantly for 2 years. I think there's too much made out of the Cody stuff. I really do. I just don't think he appeals to everyone. And that's fine. There's going to be wrestlers that don't. But, I don't know, man. I suppose you do hear it a bit for Roman. But, I mean, Roman's done it way more than Cody. Way more. Brock was always around top-end main events as well. Perhaps people feel different about them. Perhaps they've got a different aura. I don't know. Both of them are still massive stars as well. So, I don't know. I think right now I'm fine with Cody. I do think that we need to look to the future. I do think we need to bring through that next generation. I think we are doing that. But, yeah, Cody doesn't bother me. Razzle Dazzle, hello, said AEW. I've got a ton of seats for All In at Wembley for 50% off, including pitch seating. I managed to get 2 pitch seats for 150 total. Cost me 500 plus for Money in the Bank at the OT. Well, I mean, that's actually a real good positive because WWE being put under pressure by AEW is really a saving grace for the fans, because if WWE are feeling that ticket in price pressure, you know, if fans are having to choose, do I go to WWE or do I go to AEW, then I think that this is where you're going to get people choosing AEW because their product is seemingly good at the moment. I mean, I'm hearing a lot of praise for it. I'm hearing it's as good as it's been since, 2021, which I thought was a great year for them. 2023, I struggled, and that's when I stepped away. I heard 2024 was not good. In fact, their year started in 2024 with them being around 850,000. I think by the end of it, they were like 600-something thousand. I think right now they're back to being about 750. They've climbed. They're still not quite back where they were. But actually, if you think we're 5 years, or not 5 years, 3 years down the road since then, we know cable TV's ratings is going down. The fact that they're actually seeing an increase is very good. It's very, very good. So, yeah, I mean, I'd say numbers are pointing towards them being in a really good period right now. And I think that if they're offering really good ticket pricing, WWE are going to feel that pressure. So that's not a bad thing, though. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. So AEW being around, putting that pressure on and putting on a good product and providing an alternative, that is something that's going to keep TKO in check. But at the moment, they're not probably close enough to be causing real problems. They probably need to be more around that sort of million mark with their TV ratings. And, then they need to be making a bit more noise. They're better than where they were. I think the end of 2023 and 2024 is not a good time for them. They've bounced back. They're growing. They might continue to grow. And certainly WWE might continue to decline. I'm not down on AEW and their resurgence. I think this always brings the best out, actually, in WWE. WWE is normally at its worst when it doesn't have competition. So having competition is it's a good thing. So, yeah, I hope long may that continue. Rational Gaze said, AEW existing and putting pressure on WWE to improve the quality is another reason why Cody is an all-timer, said Rational Gaze. Netforce said, I understand we have to refresh main event pictures, but once we hit the main event picture, who would want to step back down? I think that's a good point. I mean, the thing about Cody as well, just to sort of wrap that up, is he's spent his whole career, and I think I'm probably in a different place to a few others. I mean, I've watched Cody when he was dashing Cody Rhodes, and I watched him when he was in Legacy, and I watched him as he was trying to make this work, and I watched him when he was Stardust, and I remember having conversations with people being like, why are they doing this to him? I mean, Stardust was like a Shorty G moment for Chad. Stardust was head-scratching as to why we had done this to Cody. I mean, Cody felt like he had great promise. He felt like someone that could go on to do something. And, he was in Legacy with Randy. And it sort of felt like he had the world at his feet. He was the son of Dusty Rhodes. And, Dusty had been on TV with Cody. And we knew Cody had that amateur wrestling background. And he was a likable guy. And him becoming Stardust, it had its merits and it had its moments. And I can't say that I thought it was an embarrassment to the level of Shorty G, but there were definitely people out there that did. I mean, even Cody now seems embarrassed about Stardust. I was actually surprised that they included a Stardust outfit at WrestleMania. Do you remember at WrestleMania they had like previous Cody incarnations in a case? I'm guessing it was just outfits from the warehouse that he'd wore over the years, and they had a Stardust one. And I was sort of surprised to see it, to be honest, because it does feel like a bit of a dark time in his career. I mean, really, his dad was saying to him at that time, you've got to make the most of what they give you. And Cody hated Stardust. And, you know, he just kept going with it because I think he kind of heeded his dad's advice. Your job is to make the most of what they ask you to do. If they are asking you to be Stardust, then you be the best Stardust you can be. And I think he really did try to do that. And I just think the character was just a bit dead on arrival. I did like him and Goldust as the tag team. And actually, I thought that was nice. That was good. But, you know, there was lots of moments when he was Stardust that I don't think were that great. And, you know, the end result was he was lost. He was completely lost. And he needed to step away to sort of figure out who he was and figure out what the, you know, what's his legacy going to be. And, oh, that must have been so hard. It must have been really hard when he left as Stardust and walked away and just, who am I? What is my life now? What am I going to be? Like, I'm going to stay a wrestler, but I don't know, man. But am I just going to be a New Japan wrestler? Is that what my career is going to look like? I'm just going to be a New Japan guy and I'm going to be big in Japan. Is that what I get known for? And so he goes, he does indies, he goes to New Japan. Obviously, he falls in with Bullet Club, gets in with the Bucks and Kenny. And who could have known? Who could have known that what would happen? Which is, you know, that guy sends a message. I mean, it's one of the most important tweets in the history of wrestling. Someone sending a message to Dave Meltzer saying, do you reckon that a non-WWE company could sell out a 10,000 arena in America? And I think Dave Meltzer was like, I don't think so, or something like that. Cody saw it and went, I'll take that bet. And from there, we get All In, which is them trying to sell 10,000 tickets, putting on a big show. That is them with Bucks, and Ray was involved because Ray wasn't with WWE. Penta was there. Actually, if you look back on that card, it's a sick card. You've got Cody and Nick Aldis. You've got Penta. You got Ray. You got the Young Bucks. You got Kenny. It's stacked, and it's such an important show. It's not AEW. AEW didn't exist, but it's this massive, really important show. And Tony was at that event, and Tony was having ideas anyway of starting something. And so Tony went up to them after and went, listen, I've got an idea. There's something I want to do. And from that came AEW. So, you know, there's no way that he knew when he left that all that was going to happen. And so then, you know, they form AEW, and, you know, even that doesn't go quite well. I mean, you might remember towards the end, he's getting booed. He loses a match early where it means he can never be champion, which seemed really dumb. And he's kind of, the relationship with the crowd is a bit off. And we don't know what's happened, but something's happened. I don't know one day if we'll find out. I'm sure we will. But something's happened backstage. He ends up leaving. And he is teased, actually, before, you know, revealing what it is. There is something there. There is some falling out. And he ends up leaving, coming back. And I think that journey is an amazing journey. I think to leave as Stardust and come back as the American Nightmare at 38, WrestleMania 30, I think it's an amazing... And then, of course, we can get our teeth into him finishing the story and righting the wrongs. And that was such a great run. Building up to 40, and 40 is just... I mean, I think if you said to the average fan, what is WWE's Avengers Endgame moment? You know, where all the stars align and everything comes together. I think genuinely you might look at maybe Daniel Bryan at WrestleMania 30. You might look... But I'm trying to think, what else would you look at? I don't feel like Bret Hart at 10 was quite that. I don't think in hindsight you can really talk about Chris Benoit the same way anymore. Some people may have said Benoit, but I mean, I don't think you can now. And yeah, I don't know what else is there other than WrestleMania 40 with that amazing ending. So, you know, we're just over 2 years removed from that. And it's took him a lifetime to get there. I agree with you. I sort of feel like he's managed to get into that scene now. Why would he want to step away from it now? After working so damn hard to get there. Why would he now want to step away? Surely now this is where, you know, you try and have your Hogan run, you try and have your John Cena run, you try and have your Roman run, you try and have your Bruno Sammartino run. You try your best to be that guy. And you know, I don't know that he's had that run. I don't know that he'll ever have that run, because I don't think they've ever been able to book him properly and actually bring the best out in him and give him that run that really cements his legacy. I think that's frustrating. I think actually that's a reason why I've not jumped off the bandwagon, because I feel like he's got to the mountaintop, but we've not seen that run yet. We've not seen that brilliant run where he has banger matches, great feuds. It's like the run that he's going to be remembered for. Roman will be remembered for the Bloodline run. No doubt whatsoever. He'll be remembered for the Bloodline run. Hogan is remembered for that first run, right? 84 to when he loses it to Andre. That's peak Hulkamania in my book. That is just... no one is anti-Hogan at that point. It's Hulkamania running wild from 84 going all the way through to early 88, I think, is when he loses on the big event to Andre and sets that amazing, you know, the highest number in TV history for wrestling in America. So obviously that includes WrestleMania 3, WrestleMania 1, you know, it includes all of that stuff. I think that's the Hogan run for me. You know, Cody's not had that. Not in my opinion. So I'm sort of waiting for him to have that run where he gets the belt and, you know, runs with it and is putting on great matches, great feuds. Maybe it never happens. Maybe, you know, we're starting to stare down the barrel of Oba coming through, Gunther coming through, and Cody's time getting more limited. I think Cody will always sort of get an opportunity here and there, but maybe it won't be as consistent as we continue to move forwards. I do definitely think last year was an attempt by WWE to change the main event scene and bring through new stars. And, you know, I think Cody's time is going to be limited. I don't see us sitting here with him still getting endless opportunities over the next couple of years. I think that we are bringing people through. So, I don't know. I think there's, for all of these reasons, I don't have a problem with him. Like, I feel like this is his time and he should try and make the most of this time, because this time will end soon. And, you know, you are retired for a hell of a long time. You might as well make your mark now. And yeah, I see Oba coming through. I see Gunther coming through. I see Bron Breakker on the rise. I see Trick Williams on the rise. I see us potentially going back to Sammy at some point, maybe next year in Saudi. I see LA Knight getting his moments. I think all of these things will happen. But I'm not quite in the same place as some yet with Cody. Daze, who do we want to win the gauntlet tonight? What do we want to see from Brock? What do we want from Roman? Well, Matteo, one question at a time, please. I'll answer your first one. Who do we want to win the gauntlet? I think I would like Chad Gable. The only thing I would say about Chad winning is if Chad wins, then I do worry a little bit about it being face versus face, because I think it'd be a lot more satisfying for Chad to get it off a hated heel. I mean, if Gunther had that belt and had that belt a while, and we needed a hero to get the belt off Gunther, you know, I'm old school. I like the heels going off on the fans and winding them up and irritating them, you know. I mean, I kind of like Liv and her Trouble music because it's annoying, and I like how she annoys people. And I don't think there'll be too many tears for Liv if she loses that belt to Iyo at SummerSlam. People love Iyo. And I sort of feel like Penta's done a great job with the IC belt. This is maybe the best IC run since Gunther had it. So I'm all right with Penta continuing with the belt. I won't be conflicted. If it is Chad, I will want Chad to win, right? But it ain't going to quite hit the same as if he was taking it from a hated heel. You know, him getting it off Penta, who I think's been brilliant with this belt. I think he's done a great job. He's been defending it fairly regular. He's been defending it in AAA. I think he's a really entertaining performer as well. And don't forget, I was quite critical of Penta when he was in AEW. I was not the biggest Lucha Bros fan. I just found they worked a million miles an hour. It was move, 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 move. Nothing really had chance to breathe. They would do like a poison Rana, and you'd be like, oh my God, that's sick. But before you could even like talk about that, they've done another move, another thing, and another thing. And honestly, I'm just watching this stuff, and eventually it just washes over you. Eventually I'm just like, this is long. they're still going. Like, I don't know, man. It was impressive. It was like showing off. You know, we can do all this stuff and we can do it at speeds. But there wasn't letting anything breathe. And as a result, like, it was just on to the next thing, on to the next thing, on to the next. I just kind of got, like, a bit bored with it, to be honest with you. So, for me, I was not crazy about Penta when he was coming in. I was a bit worried that it'd be a repeat of that. But actually, I've not felt that way. I've really enjoyed his singles work. And actually, I wonder if he was to get back with Rey Fenix, if I would feel like it was still, you know, just a bit OTT. I don't know. We haven't seen the Lucha Bros since they came in. So I do have a bit of hesitation, but I've so enjoyed Penta's solo work, and I'm really enjoying Phoenix with this AAA belt. I am more than willing to see, you know, where are we right now? But to be honest, I mean, Fraxium can sort of do the same as well. Sometimes, it might just be me. I mean, I'm not saying this is a complaint that everyone shares. But for me, like, I sort of feel like you do wrestling, then you do a big move, sell it, let it... But it's selling, isn't it? That's what's missing. That's what was missing. Move, 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 move. And there was lack of selling. It was just, well, I'm going to do this now. Well, I'm going to do this. Well, I'm going to do this. Well, I'll do this. And there was no digging deep. There was no selling. The emotional connection to the match was missing for me. And that's why I was a bit critical, and that's why I was a bit concerned. But the reason why I'm telling you this is because Penta has been brilliant since he's been in, and Phoenix has been brilliant, and I've really enjoyed their work as solo stars, to the point where I'm not eager to take the belt off Penta. I'm really not. So, I don't know. Chad is definitely the person I want to see win the gauntlet. I love Chad. I love what he's done with Mask versus Mask and El Grande and all of that. Big thumbs up. It's been brilliant. I've really enjoyed it. We definitely need to capitalize on this. I just wish it was a hated heel. I wish it was Dirty Dom that still had that IC belt that he could get it from, because I do think Penta's been brilliant. But listen, we've got to pull the trigger, man. We've got to do something with Chads. We've got to do something with Chads. Imagine if Sammy had the United States belt and Chad was going to get it from Sammy, a heel. That would be good. I mean, Sammy Chad would bang. That would be amazing. There's a bit of a history there because Sammy was the one that beat Gunther for the IC title at WrestleMania. Chad had been trying to do it, but had just been falling short. And you might remember, I think it was Chad that actually had a word with Sammy just before he went to kind of go into the match with, I think it was Chad, might have been Kevin. But basically Chad had given Sammy some encouragement. So, I mean, there is a history there of Sammy sort of getting the job done when Chad couldn't. So we could dig into that with Sammy sort of saying that Chad's not on his level and he couldn't beat Gunther, but Sammy did. And, we could dig into that and there'd be a nice backstory and the match would be a banger. So Yeah. But listen, you know, it is what it is. You can't always quite get everything where you need it to be. Penta and Chad, we know it's going to bang because that was the first Penta match in WWE was against Chad Gable. And it was incredible. So, you know, we're going to get a banger if it is Chad. But yeah, it's hard to say like Rusev, isn't it? Or even Javon. I mean, I really like Javon, but he's still young. So, you know Javon will be in the Money in the Bank and he'll get close to winning it. I don't think he will win it, but I think Javon's fine at the moment. You know, this feels like a special time for Chad. And I do think we should capitalize on it. I don't think Chad is going to get a big push after the El Grande thing, said Alex. I hope to God that I'm wrong, but I just don't have that faith that a substantial push is going to come for him. Okay, yeah, you could be correct. Big J21 said Gable Steveson had his UFC debut. Yes, he did, and we watched it at the weekend, and he was very impressive. His striking is looking very good. I do think there's areas that obviously have got to be worked on. I mean, we don't know about his submissions. His wrestling is going to be the best in the UFC, but we don't know about his kicks. We don't know about his chin, his ability to get punched. We don't know about those things. We don't know about what his submission defense is going to be looking like. I mean, you don't really get like submissions in amateur wrestling. It's about like trying to get your opponent's shoulders down, grappling, outmaneuvering, suplexes, things like this, right? All of that is going to be great. But in regards to like submissions, not sure. Kicks, not sure. Striking, boxing, looks good. Don't know what his defense is like. Didn't get much of a test at the weekend. It was just like a bit of a warm body for him to beat. But yep, Gable Steveson in UFC, starting off with a win. Is there any updates on Big Cass and Enzo? No, but no. Only that they're both expected to be coming in and both expected to be working together. It looks like WWE want to be putting them together, but no word as to when that's happening or even where. You know, is it NXT? Is it going to be main roster? I would imagine main roster, but I think there's a need to really try and boost NXT. But saying that, they brought Baron Corbin back, didn't they, on Friday? He went straight to the main roster. So, yeah, it's definitely something we're keeping an eye out for. Okay. Roman Reigns, Seth contract signing should be fun, says Connor. Yep. Benito said, Daze, I think Roman might lose if Bloodline aren't on the same page. It's like Cody said, a chief without his tribe, or like a streamer without his community. Roman loses, but Seth winning would be lackluster, says Benito. Hello, Reyes. Said, what's good? I hope that England beat Argentina. Going to have to improve if they're going to do it. I thought that they were very lucky to get past Norway. I was not impressed with what I saw. And, I mean, no one wants England to win the World Cup more than me. I mean, it'd be the biggest thing in my life if it did happen. I mean, this country would collectively lose its mind. I already have said that if it does happen, I will be going to London to be a part of that open-top bus parade, whatever. But still a long way to go before even, thinking of such a thing. But yeah, it's, man, if they play like they did against Norway, against Argentina, I think they're out. I don't think they're even seeing the final. So the frustrating thing for me is that every game we keep saying they need to improve, and they never do. Thankfully, they just keep finding a way, but just keep finding a way seemingly is give the ball to Kane or give the ball to Bellingham and hope they can do something special. There's going to come a point where they're not going to be able to because the other team is too good. I don't know if that's Argentina, to be honest. I don't know if we can get the ball to Bellingham and Kane kind of in and around that penalty area. Can they produce some magic, get a goal? It always feels like we need two at least, because we're always going to concede. So England, I think, are almost certainly conceding. So that means we're going to have to almost certainly score a couple. It's just hard. Every game is so hard. So, I don't know, man. As an England fan, I'm pulling my hair out. I think they've got... I mean, England are in a semi-final of the World Cup. And as we're sat here right now, they are actually favourites to win that game. I think we've only ever been to 4 semi-finals in our history at the World Cup. Obviously, we won the whole thing in 66. The last time we got to a semi-final, 2018, we went out to Croatia. We've only ever reached one final, and that was 66 when we won it. I have never seen England in a World Cup final in my life. And obviously I was not around in 66. So just to get to the World Cup final would be the biggest football match of my life. I have seen thousands of football games. That would be the biggest one in my life. If they can beat Argentina on Wednesday. That is how big this is. I just don't know, man. After how they played against Mexico, how they played against Norway, Argentina's obviously a step up from that. Argentina, I think, are ranked 3rd in the world. They're ranked higher than England. They've arguably got the best player at this tournament in Messi. Although you could make an argument Bellingham is the best player at this tournament who's an England player. So, I don't know, man. I think it's going to be super close. It could be penalties. And when you get to penalties, it could be anyone's. So, do England make the World Cup final? I just don't know. I just don't know. They got a great chance. Let's put it that way. I think they've got a great chance, but they are going to have to improve. They are going to have to improve. And I've seen a few people going, oh, this is not the Argentina, the team of old. They're there for the taking. I think England are going to take it too. Now, I don't know where these people are getting that confidence from. I have no idea where they're getting that confidence from. I mean, did they not watch us against Norway? Granted, I'll tell you one thing I didn't take into account was the heat. It was very hot, but I think it was hot for both teams, you know? I think if you're going to say that England's performance wasn't very good because it was hot, it's like, yeah, but it was hot for Norway as well. And they still played better than us. So, very unlucky to Norway. They were so much fun. I know a lot of people were disappointed to see them go. And it's just an unfortunate part of the game, really. I wish they were still in it. I wish Norway were on the other side, still, you know, in the tournament. Because I agree, they, you know, the fans were great. I think the world fell in love with Haaland as well because of his social media. But, you know, you can only beat who's in front of you in England. Obviously, sadly, have had to eliminate 2 of the teams I probably have enjoyed in Mexico, who were brilliant, and their fans were brilliant, and Norway, who were brilliant, and their fans were brilliant. I gotta be honest, I won't be shedding a tear if we eliminate Argentina, right? I think the whole world is actually rooting for, apart from Messi fans, I feel like a lot of people are sort of rooting for England to get past Argentina. Argentina have not been covering themselves in much glory. I saw footage of them throwing drinks over other fans. I've seen, wasn't Speed like racially abused by an Argentina fan as well? So, I mean, I don't feel like Argentina is getting lots of support here. I've seen lots of stuff online where people are sort of going, come on, England, please. Do this one for us, yeah? We're counting on you. I don't know, man. I'm not sure I'd want to be relying on England too much. But they're still there. They're still alive. They've got a chance. They are technically favourites. I think they're like minus 130 favourite. Argentina at about plus 110. So, yeah. I don't have much doubt. I think it's France tomorrow. Spain have been quite good defensively, but they did concede against Belgium. So, if they're conceding to Belgium, you've got to think they're going to concede to France. I could just see France just outscoring Spain, simple as that. Spain might be able to keep it quite tight, but I think the French are always going to find a couple of goals. So, can Spain score a couple of goals? That's a question. I think they're going to have to. I'm struggling to see this being 0-0 at full time. I think it's got goals in it. How do you stop Elise, Dembele, Mbappe? You can try and stop one, but then the other one's going to get you, aren't they? That front four is just... What do you do? I don't know. What do you do? If you've got to worry about Haaland, that's one player. And yeah, Norway had a few others, but not the same as Haaland. But with France, you stop Mbappe and then Dembele gets you, or Elise gets you, or Doué gets you. It's just a nightmare. So yeah, I think it's France versus someone. Okay, let's go. Can't wait to see Seth go through the table in the main event, says Kader. This Netflix pre-show instrumental is way more hype than the stupid Eminem song, said Video Watcher. Video Watch, hope you're doing well, buds. Okay, we've got lots of excited fans. There's Seth. Got a contract signing coming up tonight. Seth Rollins backstage. There's Penta. You always have to keep an eye, don't you, on what's happening in the background, or at least I feel like you have to. You just never know who's going to pop up, who's going to be speaking to who. There's Iyo. I feel like we can see inside the arena and there's lots of empty seats. That would say that this was actually recorded earlier, of course. So, yeah, we are just seeing lots of superstars sort of backstage, as always. Okay, we're in the arena. There's a Norway sign in the crowds. Respect. Oh, we're starting with the beasts. We're starting with Brock. I didn't know that, actually. I didn't know we were starting with Brock, but it makes sense. Bit of energy. Bit of excitement. Brock. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Let's go. Talk shiz, get hit. Brock with a new shirt. Heyman's gesturing to some people. Is that security? It's police? Okay. We've actually got police making their way down to the ring. Okay. Police. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Bum. Howdy, Dallas is cooking. The chat is wide awake, said AB. They just showed Seth freaking Rollins and the vision is locked in, says AB. Lol to those policemen. I think it's always good when you actually write in big letters what you do on the front. I should have streamer written there. They've got police in big letters, so you're in no doubt whatsoever. Lesnar circling around the ring. The police are actually standing in the entranceway. And this is not security. This is the police. So you do not want to be putting your hands on the police. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, Oba, surely on his way. We've got the police, just making sure there's no argy-bargy. Okay, we've got Oba chants that are ringing out. Brock Lesnar in the ring. Tyler said, I didn't even realise the show had started. The one, shout out to you, my friends. I can't do this anymore with corny lines that then just become t-shirts. Says, damn, I hate that Bob Barker. It's true, isn't it? Say a catchphrase and next week it's on a shirt. Okay, Brock then in the ring and Heyman just saying a few words. The champion of the cage, Lesnar. Okay, I'd like to call to your attention the fine, upstanding gentleman. Loud boos for the police, for the pigs. Yeah. Okay, so Heyman just mentions Ober's name, and that's sparks loud Ober chants. Ober, Ober, Ober. Obafemi turned down a match against either champion, so they're sort of making out. So are they making out that he's completely abandoned his opportunity? Okay. Ober is the biggest dummy I've ever met, says Heyman. Okay. Okay, he's a really, 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 really big Nigerian dummy. That's what we've just been told. Crowd chanting for Ober. Do we still think he gets a title shot, said Mr. Unfamiliar? Well, I hope so. I think it's really dumb if he... I mean, he's given WWE a massive match. I mean, he's doing WWE a favor by agreeing to face Brock. Seems silly for WWE to then punish him and say, oh, you can't have a title match now. So many shows. My client, Brock Lesnar, is obsessed with Obafemi. Well, we're all obsessed with each other, aren't we, apparently? Not a big fan of Heyman's suit. It looks like he got caught a little in the rain, but I think it's just the pattern. It looks wet. So he said he spoke to Brock. Brock was hunting, and he's like, how's the hunting? And he's like, I want to mess up Obafemi. Can we get a no-touch clause? I went to a judge. Oh, there's a restraining order. Okay. There's a restraining order. Ober can't come within 100 feet. You got a restraining order on Brock. This beast is a law-abiding citizen. That's a weird line, isn't it? Why would you say that? Why would you say that Brock Lesnar's a law-abiding citizen? Ober making his way down. I see a retirement angle still here. Ober didn't skip a title match for nothing. He skipped to retire Brock this time, says Ian. Yeah, I mean, I just think it would be really dumb, though, if they don't give him the title opportunity. I mean, he's earned that title opportunity. People get title opportunities for... Why have they retreated back in the ring? The police just immediately run back into the ring. Why have they done that? Why stand in the entranceway if you're just going to run back into the ring when the person comes out anyway? Isn't the restraining order like 100 feet? So shouldn't the police be like 100 feet? Like, no. Not let's allow him to get in the ring and get as close as possible. Well, friends, pro wrestling, eh? Ober's in the ring. The police are in the ring. Brock's in the ring. I'm going to give you an opportunity to explain what this is. Yeah. You are violating. I'm going to have to place you under arrest. Well, I think it's one thing to do this with security, but this is police, so surely there's going to have to be repercussions. I don't know, man. Live crowd are loving it. Who is this? What are these games, says Ober? You used to run this place, but now all you do is run away. We both know if I went for that title opportunity, he would have cost me anyway. That's a good line. That's a good line. I gotta tell you, mate, Ober's saving this segment. Ober just saved that segment. To me, that was like pretty dull, then stupid, then fantastic. Like, I thought that the Heyman part at the beginning was a bit dull. Then I thought the police part was really dumb. And then I thought the Ober promo was brilliant. His delivery is so good. You know, he delivers with such passion. He doesn't miss a beat, does he? Really, really good. Let's get a poll, shall we? See what people thought about the segment overall. Live crowds lapped it up. Live crowd loved it. It is worth noting. I'm sure there's people out there that enjoyed it all as well. I think the big takeaway for me is just, again, how good Ober is on the mic. I don't know what the repercussions will be of attacking police officers. I mean, I get the sense nothing at the moment. I do like what Ober said, though, about if I'd have gone for that championship opportunity, we both know that you would have cost me. I like that. I think there's been some criticism about him not going after a championship. So him saying, I'm not stupid. I know if I was to have done that, you would have come after me and you would have cost me. Okay, we're just looking back at the history of Roman and Seth and the Shields, and I am certainly not down on doing that. The Shields. They were so cool. Flipping love the Shields. They were so cool. Believe in the Shields. Okay. Faith said WWE plays to kids. So what is beating up police telling the youth? Said Faith. Okay, contract signing coming up tonight. Okay. They're just talking about Jalen Brunson. He's going to be at Saturday night's main event. Roman will be there as well. Oh, okay. We're going to our first match. And that first match is going to be Iyo taking on Roxanne. This could be fun. I like Iyo. I like Roxanne. Two really good performers. Jay said, I hated the Shield as a kid, but matured and realised how great they truly were. Hello, Jay. How you doing, well, buds? WWE just presented the Reader's Digest history of the Shield, said Jim. Hello, Jim. Come on, Iyo, says Connor. Please no, Liv. Who have we got winning? All in Austin, Kenny, or Ospreay, says Daz. Penny said, we know it won't just be Roxanne. Suzanne said, Daze, they didn't say the restraining order was to stay from Heyman. No, it was to stay from Brock, wasn't it? I think. I don't know who it was. It was one of them. But bit dumb. Okay, Iyo making her way down to the ring. Do you remember when Seth Rollins brought the Shield entrance during the last time at Summerslam? It was Rumble, wasn't it? Royal Rumble. Do we know what is the first match for SummerSlam? I could be late that day. I don't want to miss anything. I don't think they've announced it yet. I don't think they've announced it. I think they have announced that Brock and Roman are night one, but we don't know if it's the first match or the last match. I would think the last match. I mean, if it really is going to be where Brock calls it quits, and it is Hell in a Cell, I mean, I would think you would do that last. But they did open with it at WrestleMania, so it's not impossible that it's first. But I would think they would probably do it last. It is Hell in a Cell. You're going to want to give that match some time. And I do think it will get time. I don't think that it'll just be a very quick little thing. I mean, they're going to a lot of effort for, building Hell in a Cell, getting that set up. I think as well, if this is going to be Brock's last match, it doesn't really make sense for it to be short. So I think they'll put on a proper match. A main event worthy match, which makes me think it could close the show, but I haven't seen any word as to what the match order is going to be. Daze, would we like to see the Wolf Dogs, Braun and Baron reunite him? At some point. I'm not really in any kind of rush. Daze, the FBI has been contacted due to the death threats towards CM Punk. Good. Wrestle with Andy, hello, hope you're doing well. What do we think is going to happen with the Cena tournament and Club WWE? Well, Club WWE starts Friday, doesn't it? There's going to be movement on Friday. So they've announced that today. So keep your eyes peeled. You should have had like an email or something, some word coming in about that. In regards to the Cena tournament thing, I don't know that it is a tournament. I'm obviously there's still confusion about whether it's just a night of singles matches or if it is a tournament. But either way, I think it should be later this year, December time. That was what we had heard. I think there's a chance it could be the Saturday night's main event in December. So certainly no word about it being in August or September or anything like that. The last I heard was that it was penciled in for very, very late in the year, looking like December time. Okay, we are 20 minutes into the show. Obviously, this thing normally goes about 2 hours and a half. And I don't know. I kind of feel like that open probably served a purpose in the sense of people got a bit of excitement out of seeing Brock and Oba did a great job. You lot have scored it, and it has kind of come out as being good. You've scored it as good 90. Good 90. 10% of you said it was bad. So it comes out as good 90. I agree, actually. I don't think it was a disaster. I don't think that going lower than that would have been fair. I think Oba saved it from that. But, yeah, it was not the strongest of segments. So, good 90 for our first segment. Now we're moving on to Iyo against Roxanne. And if they give this a little bit of time, this could be, I know it doesn't mean anything, but it could be really fun. Both of these women are fantastic talents. Okay, Iyo locking up there with Roxanne and going back against the ropes. Roxanne at the moment really pulling at Iyo's hair. Backing away. Charging over. Oh, look at that. Thez press. Unload him. Shots coming in. By Iyo. Iyo. Double knees to the midsection. Jumping on top of Roxanne. Looking for the cover, but shoulder up. Liv is cursed. Hopefully she does, says Demented. Demented, hello? Do you remember when WWE graphics were not made with AI, says Willow. Billy said, when do we think they're going to pull the trigger on a Roxanne Liv split? Well, we do keep wondering if it's going to happen at the big events. But, I mean, it hasn't. There's no sign of it happening before SummerSlam. So, obviously, at SummerSlam, there is potential. Because it could be that Roxanne ends up costing Liv. There's not really a reason necessarily to do it at the moment, unless we're just ready for Roxanne to break away, or maybe Raquel to break away. So really it's going to come down to whenever creative have got something ready for Roxanne or ready for Raquel away from Judgment Day. Kick to the midsection. That could be at SummerSlam. I don't know that I'm feeling confident that it will be. It could be Survivor Series. It could be WrestleMania. It could be in the Rumble. I feel like it's more likely to be at one of those bigger shows. But really, it's going to come down to when they've got the creative ready. Shot coming in there by Roxanne. Big Mig said, head into Roxy's bakery to get a bite of that cake, Big Mig, so I wouldn't recommend biting the cake. I think you can admire the cake, but I wouldn't recommend taking a bite out of it. I think that is definitely a line crossed. And don't forget those police, they are still around. Oh, Roxanne gets slammed on the edge of the ring by Iyo. Iyo gesturing, she's going to go for a springboard moonsault. And she does get it. And lands on top of Roxanne. Back in the ring, Liv comes round. You know that Liv's going to get involved if she can, play a part if she can. Roxanne. Okay, looks like we've gone to commercial break right now. Obviously, we'll keep an eye on things. Iyo spills to the outside. Daze, Layla Diggs has been injured. Tomorrow, we're going to get Zarya against a mystery opponent. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mattia. I like Layla Diggs, so that's a bit disappointing. But, okay, yeah. Mystery opponent could be fun. Probably won't be anyone too special, though, because obviously they didn't have anything planned. So, you know, I don't think it's going to be the return of Sasha Banks or anything like that, but could be interesting. Right now, we've got Liv on the outside, mocking the fans. We've got Roxanne on the ropes. Big smile on her face as Iyo hobbles over against the ropes. Roxanne just grabbing her hair, having a word. Raquel just having a word with the commentary team. Roxanne charging over, collides into Iyo. Forearm shots coming in. Unloading. Oh, down goes Roxanne. Roxanne again coming over. Back elbow there by Iyo. Roxanne again. Big uppercut. Roxanne against the ropes. Bottom rope. Goes round. Lands on her feet. Oh, down goes Iyo. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up there by Iyo. Just a 2 counts. Word Live Cena fan, hello. Layla Diggs' entrance music is much worse than Liv's Trouble, says Word Live Cena fan. To be honest, I can't quite recall it, so I would struggle to agree, just because Trouble is pretty iconically bad. But I'm sure you're right. Layla Diggs' probably isn't that great, but it's probably quite generic as well. I don't know that that's the music she'll end up keeping. Iyo round the back of Roxanne. Blake, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Rolled through there by Iyo. Went for the stomp, but Roxanne moved out the way. Got a chop block there by Roxanne. Yeah. Against the ropes. Bang. Double knees. Down goes Iyo. 1, 2. Shoulder up. I still don't get fans being upset with Punk winning, said Billy. I know that Sammy's a fan favourite, but so's Punk. Sammy's been doing this heelish stuff lately. I think Punk has saved SmackDown, says Billy. 40 minutes for the Hell in a Cell. Do we think that would be a good time, said RTX? I don't know if it needs to be quite that long. Maybe that with entrances. I think, you know, a normal Ober and Brock match would be, 7-8 minutes? I think if you can get double that, maybe a little bit closer to 20, maybe half an hour with entrances, I think that's fair. I don't know that, like, it's going to go, like, 40 or anything like that. Maybe 40 with entrances. If you do 25 minutes and entrances take 15, if you're doing something special. Maybe you can get to 40 that way with the post stuff as well. But I don't know that I'd go into it with, like, expectations quite at that level. I think if the average match of theirs is about 8 minutes, I'd say if they double that, that strikes me as being quite fair. Maybe add a little bit on. As I say, if we can be around that sort of 18, 20, I think that's fair. It's hard, isn't it, with big guys? Ooh! Because the big guys, they kind of collide into each other and, you know, big power moves and everything. There is a lot more you can do in Hell in a Cell, though, isn't there, with the weapons and kind of regrouping on the outside and using the actual, like, structure. Who knows? They might even go up on the roof. I doubt it, but if it is Brock's last match, I mean, I don't know. Do you push the boat out? How big do you go? Lovely work here by Iyo, stomping down there on Roxanne. Roxanne just did a springboard moonsault, but Iyo got her knees up. Right now, double underhooks. Oh, the backbreaker's amazing. So nice. Going for the cover, too, and it's a kick out by Roxanne. Liv thought she was going to have to get involved there momentarily. That is so good. The double underhooks into the butterfly backbreaker is... Right now we got Roxy down. We got loud Iyo chants ringing out as Iyo goes to the corner. Kick coming in there by Iyo. Down she goes. Iyo climbing up. At the moment, Roxanne struggling. Iyo is perched. Missile drop kick. Connects. Missile drop kick. Roxanne goes to the corner. Lovely energy from this crowd. Into the emotes. Into the emotes. Ah. Yeah, let's go, Liv. Oh, I love that reaction from Liv. Liv is just looking. You could see her lips quiver with anger. Like, that was a really good reaction shot that they just cut to there. Charging in, double knees in the corner. Roxy moves. Roxanne. Oh, into an arm drag. Looking for... Oh, lovely. Look at that. Really pulling back on that knee joint. That is lovely. She's got the boot right. Look at that. You can see that she's got the leg sort of twisting over. Iyo has to sort of over-rotate. So it's a banger, mate. We knew these two could deliver a banger, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Roxanne is down in the middle of the ring. Iyo has got a bit of a crossface applied. Big knee there by Iyo. Roxanne is all kinds of folded over. Could you imagine the drama if this was at WrestleMania and there was a championship involved? Iyo is going up. Liv pops up. Iyo kicks Liv down. Raquel coming over. Iyo, big boot. It's good. It's really good. It's a great match. Roll up there by Roxanne. Bridging. Reversed. 1, 2. Oh, mate. Roxanne just got a face full of Iyo's ass. She got an absolute face full there. I don't think she's complaining, but it is Iyo that wins. Lives in. Open palm shot. Kick there by Iyo. Liv goes to the outsides. Oh, it's a really great match. Chop block. The numbers game. The numbers game. Iyo gets the win. Kick coming in there by Raquel. Big cheer as Sol Ruka is going to come and make the save. Sol Ruka comes down, duck underneath. Knee strike there to Roxanne. She gets Raquel against the ropes. Super kick. Raquel goes to the outsides. Sol on the outside. Gets caught by Raquel. Ah! Into the barricades. Into the ring posts. Sol goes down. Iyo in the ring. Iyo turns around. Oblivion connects. Oh my God. So many shenanigans. Shenanigans absolutely everywhere. You want my title, says Liv. Oh, mate, that slap was sick. That was great. That was great. Do you know that Iyo just kicks out at Liv there? I don't know if Liv even meant to do it, but she just spontaneously just properly slapped Iyo. There was absolutely nothing about that was fake. That was Iyo kind of like kicking out. It connected to Liv, and Liv just went kind of, I don't know, man. That was reflex. That was like a slap coming back. And there she goes, look, steps on Iyo. Walks over Iyo. Some real heat between these two. I don't think it's like legit. But yeah, man. That was good. That was really good. That slap was great. It feels like these two just don't really like each other, and that's exactly how it should feel. It was so spontaneous. That like little kick out properly slapped her. Oh, who dat Saint Shay said it's a great start to Raw. Liv just walked into Cake City, said AB. Yeah, really good. Really, really good. I enjoyed the match. I enjoyed the match a lot, actually. I even liked the post beatdown after. That gets a thumbs up. So I think the open is a little rocky, maybe. Some positives, some negatives, but lots of positives from that match. Okay, we're carrying on. We've just got a replay right now. Just got a replay. Of what went down on SmackDown with Bloodline. We're just seeing Royce and Jacob. Jacob delivering that super kick, following it with a senton. Why did they make Jimmy a doing this for the family boring character? Instead of just trying to keep peace with everyone, they've killed that character for me, said Austin. Yeah. I kind of agree that there has been a shift there, and I don't know that it's necessarily a positive one. Okay, we're going to our next segment. And it's actually not going to be Bloodline. That's a bit strange, wasn't it? They just showed us like a Bloodline thing. Kind of felt like we were going to get the Bloodline coming down. Actually, it's the Vision. I don't think they're in action, are they? No, none of them are in wrestling gear. They're coming out, and they're coming out with Maxine. Are we going to get Alpha Academy coming down? Maxine is with Theory. Maxine is showing off a little bit of cake. This could work well for Maxine. I never personally found myself rooting for her when she was a babyface. I feel like she's limited. I mean, there's no two ways about it. There are wrestlers in NXT that are better. So it's kind of hard to sort of root for someone that doesn't really feel like they belong at this level. But her being a heel and her kind of being more of a valet and a problem and, you know, contributing to the numbers, they're going to win a lot of matches because of her interfering and distracting. That is maybe a better way of using her. So she's here with Theory, and we've just got a shot of them two. Okay, let's see what we get here, shall we? So it is the Vision. Are we going to get Otis? Are we going to get Tozawa? Are they going to come down and kind of confront Maxine? I could see that happening. Robbie said, since ticket sales were announced as being Brock's. It's in his hometown. It's going to be the last opportunity to see him. Are we sure this is the end? If we're trying to boost ticket sales, why not announce this is the end? Yeah, I mean, the rumor has long been this is the end. John revealed last year he heard that Brock was going to keep going until they were next in Minneapolis. And obviously people very quickly went, well, that's SummerSlam, because it had already been announced. So it's been a long, long time that the belief has been that this is where it wraps up. And to be honest, I mean, you know, he teased the retirement at WrestleMania, only to then come back. So I don't know. I can see it being a case where we've still got a good few weeks to go. I think the retirement thing is probably going to feature. Are we sure it's the end? Can't really be sure of anything, but I would say so far, with everything we've done, certainly with the fake retirement, I would say that it feels like this is setting up for retirement. That's what the rumors are. Okay, we should be going over to this segment very soon. I think we've just been at commercial break. Okay, yeah, here we go. We're back from commercial. Summerslam Takeover. Oh. Oh. Little mini WWE World thing. That's interesting. SummerSlam Takeover. Don't hate that. Have we done that before? Superstar sign-ins, and well, there's obviously been a store. I don't know what more there'll be. Like, I don't know. Perhaps we've done something like that, but I don't remember it ever being branded. And Fanatics are supporting it. I wonder if it'll be like WWE Worlds, but just a smaller version. It's interesting. I'm interested in that. Okay, Vision then. We're just seeing them getting those belts last week from the Street Profits. Okay, Logan's got the microphone. Bron Breaker's in there. Is this the end of Bron Breaker's push, do you reckon? I mean, he just sort of feels like another guy in the ring with Logan and Theory. It's no Paul Heyman. So, Bron holding up one of the belts. Theory holding up one of the belts. The Vision Queen, Maxine. She gets the microphone. She's going to say a few words. Here's the thing. You sold out is the chant. All right, here we go. Oh, he's got a Polish shirt on. Why has he got that? Is that it's Polish? Probably got Polish heritage, hasn't he? Okay, we got Tozawa and Otis making their way down. Can we talk? She didn't even get a chance to really say anything. The crowd just started chanting, "You sold out." Okay, I think Theory just sort of spoke into the wrong end of the microphone. He picked up the microphone and went, "Give me down," but it was upside down. Give me down. He's telling the Vision, Maxine's saying, look, let me have a word with them. The Vision are getting out the ring. I gotta tell you, man, I don't think there was tons of aura for Braun anyway, but what aura we did have is gone. He is just a background character in this segment. Do you find that shirt a bit strange? The Polak shirt. Okay, Tozawa is kind of like comedically crying. This guy is all wrong for you, says Tozawa. I still love you. Crowd are booing Maxine. Quite loud, actually. You sold out. You sold out. You sold out. Do you know, WWE are going to be thrilled with these reactions. Worst thing that can happen is no reaction. Maxine leaves Alpha Academy and the crowd care. You don't even know him. You don't know him like I know him. Here's Otis. Cheer for Otis. Otis looking around. I told you. I told you about him. And he is bad news. I'm a bad boy, said Theory. I'm a bad boy. I don't hate this segment, you know. I'm having a bit of fun with it. I know you, said Otis. I've known you for a long time, Maxine. They're going to get beaten up, and the heat's going to be pretty big, you know. He wants to get something off his chest. You can't say it. I don't know what he wants to say. He hasn't got a crush on her, has he? Okay, Michael Cole's laughing. Is this meant to be a comedy segment? Oh, no, it's Theory that's laughing. I thought it was Michael. I could hear someone on commentary laughing, but it was Theory. Are you going to confess your feelings for Maxine? Yeah, this is a bit weird. Is this a fairy tale? Said the... Is this a fairy tale? They're only booing because they're just like you, a bunch of losers, says Theory. I think some of the tone of this might not be quite right, but overall... Okay. She's with me now, says Theory. You're fat. You're disgusting. Did I say fat? Otis grabs Theory, throws him in the ring. Big pop. Big pop. Bron Breakker comes in. Tozawa jumps on the back of Bron Breakker. Oh, Bron Breakker. Here you are, mate, mixing it up with Tozawa. Tozawa pulls down the top rope. Breakker to the outside. Suicide dive by Tozawa. Oh, my God. Oh, he didn't even hit the table. He didn't even hit the table. Right now, the Vision are beating up on Otis. Maxine in the corner, not doing anything. Right now, Braun and Theory, both attacking Otis. Otis breaks free, big pop. Clothesline. Another clothesline. He grabs Braun. Back elbow there by Otis. Picking up Theory. I'm not down on this. Go on, big man. Go on, big man. Oh, my God. Braun Breaker just went into Theory. Otis collides into Braun Breaker. The big talking point here is going to be Braun Breaker and the presentation of him now compared to where we were. I feel like that's the big talking point. Right now, we got Theory in the corner. We got Otis coming over. What's Maxine going to do? She's going to stand in the way. She's going to stand in the way. I didn't know. If you'd have told me earlier, we could have fixed it. None of this had to happen. Is it going to be a low blow? He's turned his back on Theory. That's really dumb. What that trick is the chant. She grabs him. She goes for a kiss. And the low blow comes in by Theory. Maxine grabs Otis's head. She had a... Did you really think? Did you really think it would ever be us? Otis gets pushed to one side. I think people are going to have really enjoyed this, you know. Tozawa getting it from Theory. Tozawa fighting back. There we go. There's the Braun Breaker we know. There's the Braun Breaker we know. Big spear. Made him look like an absolute goof in this segment. Maxine gives Theory the brass knucks. Here we go. Theory. Boom! Down goes Otis. Do you know, Alpha Academy Vision, there's a good story to it. You sold out chance. Maxine getting a lot of heat. They're going to be thrilled with this. Absolutely thrilled. They'll be doing cartwheels with how well this has played out. You're a loser. She never liked you, said Theory. Otis has got with so many women. He's just a dirty little rascal, isn't he, eh? Braun Breaker. Boom! Big spear. Actually, the crowd appreciate that. They start barking away. Logan says, take this, you've earned it. Gives that tag team championship to Theory and Tozawa down, Otis down. Let's get a review of that segment, shall we? Amarula said, I like the segment. I think if you want to nitpick, there's things you can nitpick, but by and large, it's sort of played the way you would expect it to play. Maxine is clearly with the Vision now. It was clearly going to be betrayal and all that stuff. But look, listen to the reaction. I mean, the crowd, they care. They're invested. Michael Cole said he's lost a lot of respect for that woman. Maxine doesn't want your respect. Well, I gotta tell you, I think that's better than the Oberbrock segment. I think that's more interesting. I think it's more dramatic. I feel like some of substance happens. I don't think there was really anything earlier, apart from just a really good Ober promo. Yeah. Good. I would have loved if Mandy Rose had come out, said Suzanne. Oh, imagine if they brought her back. Imagine if we sort of deal with Maxine because of, like, Mandy Rose. I don't think it will happen because Mandy Rose keeps taking pictures of her boobs and putting them online. And for some reason, WWE's got a problem with that. Probably because they hate women. Yeah. But that could be fun, couldn't it? That could be quite the equalizer. Okay, we got a video package for War Games Houston. This was announced earlier. I haven't seen the video package, though. We're in a baseball stadium. We love baseball stadiums for Survivor Series. There we go. Tickets on sale August 7th. The Icebox in Houston, Texas. Okay. Oh, yeah, we got the gauntlet match, haven't we? That's going to eat up a lot of time. Daze, where the heck are the Street Profits to help Otis? I think it's just distasteful putting Maxine with Theory. Anyone else but Theory. At least I've got a good bathroom break segment, said Christopher. It's a good question. Where were the Street Profits? I don't think their loss last week was that bad, was it? I don't think they need a week to, like, recover or anything. So it's a fair question. Might be some criticism to the fact there's only been one match in that first hour. I don't know. There's been a couple of big segments, of course, as well. Vision and Alpha Academy. Get your thoughts in. What did you think about that segment? I can tell you so far, the Brock segment at the start got good 90. Iyo and Roxanne match got great 63. And we're just about to find out what you scored, Vision against Alpha Academy. Coming up, we've got a big gauntlet match. That's going to take a lot of time. It's probably going to take a good half an hour, 40 minutes. Maybe even longer. I mean, there's a lot of people in it. It's pretty stacked. So, I mean, that's going to eat up a fair bit of the show. I'd imagine the show close is going to be Roman and Seth, of course. Probably do have our thumbnail already, you know. I think the Betrayal is pretty good with Maxine and everything. That could definitely be the thumbnail. You might even be able to get some out of Oba chucking police officers around. Probably the thumbnail will be something that comes from the end of the show, whatever finishes things. Or it could be whoever wins the gauntlet match. So I think we've got some good talking points tonight. So, yeah, not down on what we've got so far. This is Pete for Theory, so he'd better enjoy this, said Wrestle Rants. I'm debating on whether to watch Survivor Series. I don't really care about board games, said Alex. Jimmy Uso is coming out. Jimmy Uso, I think we're at commercial break. He's coming out and he's got a microphone in his hand, so he's on his own. There's no Jacob or Jay. Where's Solo, says Jimmy. Where is Solo? You've been ducking and dodging, Big Jim. Where is Solo? Solo? Where are you at? Join the family like you're supposed to. Oh, there's Royce. Royce Keys from behind attacking Jimmy. So these two going at it. Okay, Adam Pearce has come out. Big Jim, Royce, you want to fight? Oh, wow, the match starts right now. So, there we go. We're going to get the match. It's going to be Jimmy against Royce Keys. Yeah, he hasn't got his jacket off. Jimmy getting in the ring. Bell has sounded. Are we at commercial break? Yeah, we are, right? When you come back from commercial break, it's going to be Big Jim against Royce Keys. Jimmy came out asking for Solo. Didn't find Solo. Instead, Royce came running down. And here we go. We are underway with this. Just let this be a squash match, said Who Dat Saints J. Right now, we got Royce. He's got Jimmy's got him up. Delayed vertical suplex. Okay, and we're coming back from commercial. And here we go. Jimmy and Royce in the ring. Right now, Jimmy is in the corner. Royce in control. Yeah, I don't think this is going to take too long. They kind of already planted the seeds of the gauntlet match. So I don't think this will take too long. Okay, let's get rid of the poll so that we don't get too confused, because we need to keep an eye on this. They're just showing what happened during commercial break. Very close between good and great, you know. Very, very close. Thankfully, it was great that just edged it. Just edged it. So, great, 49. Okay, Royce Keys battling with Jimmy. Kick coming in, top rope enziguri there by Jimmy. Jimmy going up, perched, looking for a big crossbody. Down goes Royce. No joy. Do we really need this match again, said Real John. Don't know. Someone somewhere feels like we do. This is our second match. Jimmy Uso versus Royce. Chop coming in. Another kick coming in. Royce is technically a SmackDown star, is he not? Big clothesline there by Royce. Down goes Jimmy. Royce coming over. Grabbing Jimmy. Looking to get him over the other side, over the top. Kick coming in. Kick there by Jimmy. Royce goes to the outsides. Jimmy in the ring. Royce on the outsides. Jimmy going through the ropes, going after Royce. I gotta say, I think Royce has actually been quite impressive since coming in. If you think about the fact that he was like Powerhouse Hobbs in AEW, he's gone straight to the main roster, and I don't think he's really looked that lost. Maybe it's just took a little bit of while to really get going with him, but now we're going. I think he's looked okay. Royce gets thrown into the commentary table, and that's going to take us to commercial break. Benito said, I feel like the police interfering with main eventers has been done before. Maybe they should try a SWAT team and flashing lights to make it feel newer and thrilling. Chris said, Daze, when and where do we think the Wyatt Six will come back? I don't think they are, to be honest, buds. There's no reason to think they're coming back. In fact, hasn't Joe Gacy gone to a different promotion? I think he's with, is it MLW or GCW? So, I'm not expecting them back. Big Time said, why are we seeing this match again after the boring one on Friday? Not sure. I think it's because maybe they want to have this story playing out on both shows, Why we would do this, I'm not sure. But, I mean, where's Jay? Where's Jacob? Perhaps these are the only guys available for some reason. I don't know. Jimmy with a headlock being applied here, keeping Royce down. Headlock is in. Right now, we've got shots to midsection. Kick coming in there by Royce. Oh, Royce goes in the corner as Jimmy moves out the way. Jimmy going up and comes down on Royce. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Bronson Reed said he's always watching. It's a good point, actually. I mean, when Bronson comes back, is he going to come back, go straight into the Vision? Or could he come back and actually turn on the Vision? So much has changed. So much has changed. So Bronson Reed tweeting out that he's always watching. The Vision angle with Otis and Cesaro was the best piece of business that WWE has done since WrestleMania 40, said Rational Gaze. And I'm not even trying to be funny. Finally, we got some heat. Shots coming in there by Royce. Over the other side goes... Oh, big boot. Goes Jimmy. Ah! Daze says Sheamus joined AEW. But I don't think so. I certainly have not seen any word that he's joined. I want every wrestler that comes out tonight to confess their feelings for Maxine. I want the women's wrestlers to do it as well, says Goober. Austin said Maxine and Otis is the best thing since WrestleMania 40. WWE is downhill if that is true. Boom. Down goes Royce. Okay. Right now we've got coming back from commercial break. Alex said, if Bronson doesn't come back and mark the life out of the Vision, I'll be annoyed. They have barely mentioned him since he got injured in kayfabe. I'd be peeved if I was Bronson. It's a good point, that is, Alex. It'd be nothing for them to say, Bronson, we're thinking of you, brother. You know? I agree. I agree. It's probably a good reason for him to feel like he's just been completely ignored and moved to the sidelines. I agree. Oh, Jacob's arrived. A vehicle arrived and out steps Jacob. Jacob heading straight to the ring. Out the car. Into the arena. He's not even coming through the entranceway. He's coming out the sides. There he is. He's going through the crowds. It's the quickest way to the ring for Jacob. Jacob over the barricades. Into the ring. Bang! Goes after Royce. Well, there we go. This match, irrelevant. Jacob gets in, starts murking Royce. Royce is going to pick up the victory. I'm going to not bother scoring it because it was really interrupted by commercials and then Jacob. I didn't want to do this, said Jacob. I didn't want to do this. Throws the chair in the ring. Okay, is LA Knight going to come out? Is Solo going to come out? Someone's got to come and help Royce. Right now, chair being thrown over at Royce. Chair being put over Royce. Now, he stopped himself, didn't he? Okay, here's Solo. He says stop. Stop, 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 stop. Listen to me. I understand. I was lost. I left my family. was being stupid. Oh, this is nice. It's so good that we're all now getting on the same page. Guys, sometimes violence isn't the answer. Yeah. Blood's thicker than water. Well done, everyone. Well done, everyone. We've all come to our senses. I'm coming home to the family. Family first, everyone. Hug it out. 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 Look at that. Solo. Solo in the ring. Throwing up the wands. Throwing up the wands. Oh, yeah, says Jimmy. Solo throwing up the wands. Jimmy throwing up the wands. Jacob throwing up the wands. We're all throwing up. Love it. Smile. Oh, no. It was a betrayal. Oh, my God. The pain. The pain. Oh, I wanted to believe in love and family and unity. Ah, shot there by Jacob. Kick coming in by Jacob. This hurts. This hurts. WWE is just non-stop betrayals, isn't it? Maxine and Otis. Now Solo on his own family. Tongue and death grip in by Jacob. Choking him out. LA Knight. Yeah. LA Knight coming down with a chair. LA Knight with a chair. Jimmy coming over. He goes to the outside. Chair to the back of Jacob. Jacob no sales, man. That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. I love that chair shot. And Jacob no sell. Jab to the midsection. Boom! Across the back. And again. Jacob to the outsides. LA Knight in the ring with Solo. Royce Keys in there as well. And this very, very unlikely union. If you want to come and get another piece, come and get it. Yeah. Nana. LA Knight said, Jimmy, Jacob, I need you in this ring. Call the unfortunate event Jey Uso. I realise I don't have to do it by myself. So the 6-man is being made right now. Summerslam. Literally, no one saw this coming. Wow. 6-man tag out of nowhere. So LA Knight said he's done with the bloodline, but he's realised he can't do it on his own. He wants Jacob and the Usos against him, Solo, and Royce Keys. I don't think it's been accepted yet, but I mean, it's going to be accepted, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, we're backstage with the Vision. Get your thoughts in for that segment score. By segment, I mean the brawl into the match, into Jacob, into Solo, into all of that stuff. What did you think about that whole shebang? Okay, here's Heyman. He's proud of the vision. Okay. Are we all back together? Oh. Heyman says, what do you need me for? Well, I don't think Maxine's experience in the wrestling industry can replace Paul Heyman's. I mean, that would be my answer. I'd be like, I'm having sex with this one. That's what I need her for. I ain't having that with you, Paul. I need you to get me title matches. She ain't going to do that. She's a flipping idiot. Yeah? That's what I need you for. Don't go saying I've got her, so what do I need you? You serve very, very different purposes. Yeah? Very different. Drastically different. Like, there is room for both of you in my life. Yeah? That would be my response. I don't know. Let's see where this goes. Are we done with Paul and the Vision? We're just seeing back at the history of Hell in a Cell. Just got a video package. I think Paul only likes Bronson Reed. When he returns, then he is going to be with him, with Brock Gone, said the one. Interesting. Interesting. I'm picking up what you're putting down there, to be honest. Perhaps Bronson is going to be... I mean, Bronson against Ober would be fun. Definitely down for that. Perhaps Bronson comes back and avenges Brock. Or tries to. Don't know that he'll succeed. Well, the one. I'm hearing you. Daze Maxine is going to start to become Heyman 2.0. EC dub. EC dub. She's going to form a new dangerous alliance. Okay, here's Ober. Okay, there's no restraining order and they weren't real police. Yeah, I like that. That's quite good, actually. I mean, if that was real police, then I think we should have done something with it. So I sort of like him going, don't worry about it. That wasn't real. Yeah, not down on that, actually. I mean, to be honest, I thought the police stuff was a bit silly. I know we've done that stuff before. I just thought it was a bit silly. So actually him going, yeah, they're just mind games. They weren't real police. There was no restraining order. I think that's actually, do you know what I mean? I mean, for me, I do care about the details. So that was like, that was good. That was like a fairly unnecessary backstage segment, but one that they've done to just maybe bring a bit of credibility to that opening segment a little bit more. Okay, Bailey's come out. She's really sad at the moment. She's sad at the moment because Lyra's turned on her. I did like that video package from Lyra a few weeks ago. Paul is enamored with Ober. You can see it. He's going to turn on Brock. He'll be the wise man for Ober, said Two Broke to pay attention. Okay. The only thing I'd say is I think Ober's so good at promos. I just don't think he needs Heyman. Maybe someone else will benefit from Heyman's assistance a bit more, like a Bronson. Bailey said she's going to call out Lyra from the ring. Okay, so Bailey goes making her way to the ring. She said, I know that I've got this time allotted with you, but I said last week I'm going to call Lyra out in the ring, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. So Bailey is making her way down to the ring. So we've got another segment coming up here, you know. Very segment heavy. We've had one proper match and then a bit of a thrown together match that got interfered. That's all we've had wrestling wise. We know we've got a big gauntlet coming up though, so I think wrestling wise we're going to be okay. Bailey's in the ring. She's looking pretty glum. They can now be called the Maximum Vision model, said Smurfy Tunes. What do we think about the show so far tonight, said Dean? I think it's been an interesting show. I do think there's maybe a bit of criticism for the lack of wrestling, but there is a big gauntlet match coming up that's going to take a lot of time. That's going to have plenty of wrestling in it. So yeah, I'd say it's very segment heavy. And I think that it's been pretty fun. It's been a pretty fun watch. I've had fun with the show. Bailey says, Lyra, can you please come out right now? And she does as well. Now, last week or the week before we saw her makeup was all smudged and she had kind of like starting to get a bit moody. I hope that we see that. Yeah, look at this. Look at this gear. She's got like a battered, ripped up jumper. Doesn't look like she's slept in like 2 weeks. She's still got the same music, hasn't she? Blimey now. It's like Sister Abigail's arrived. If this girl was bringing a videotape to Michael Cole, I could believe it. She looks like the sea hag from Widow's Bay. I have no idea what those words mean, but I can buy it. She looks like she's just stepped out of Oliver, the musical. It's like she is personal friends with Fagin. Okay. You can't even look at me. I brought you out here so we could be honest. You should be apologizing to me? You make it look like you're the victim? She's a good performer, isn't she, Lyra? Maybe if you weren't obsessed with all your failures, your friendships that have failed, you'd be able to take a step back. Everything I've ever made you feel good about, I was lying. You're not a locker room leader. You're a doormat. Your face doesn't belong on the posters. You've always been the worst of the 4 horsewomen. You're saying all this to the first ever Women's Grand Slam champ? Okay, so Bayley's using this as a way to talk about what she's achieved. Okay, that's good. It looks like we're going to get this match at Saturday night's main event. Ah, good. That's a really good addition. I do care for this match. That's a good addition. Shots coming in there by Bayley. I think it'll be a really fun match as well. Kick coming in there by Lyra. Down goes Bayley. Lyra stomping away. I think those kicks could look a bit better. Oh, she's kind of getting a bit emotional. She's got Bayley. She's looking to pick her up. I'm sorry. Oof. Lyra to belly. Lyra to belly. I hope we change the music for her this weekend. This music doesn't quite fit, but I wonder if that's part of the presentation. I wonder if this is like a slow descent into madness and we're not quite ready to change the music yet. What's this? What's this, kids? John Cena. Is this unreal? SummerSlam was meant to beat Virtue into me. Yeah, unreal. It's going to be good, isn't it? So the plan was that SummerSlam was going to restore John, but actually they pulled the trigger before because the fans made it very, very clear they wanted John back anyway. Okay. Video package on Roman and Seth. I was expecting Tatum there, but I guess it could be at Saturday night's main event to assist Lyra with the win, says Max. RTX said, do we prefer the Hell in a Cell being red or silver? I don't really have a preference, to be honest with you. I don't mind. I think the red light was a problem. That was only really Fiend matches, but we obviously did that for a Hell in a Cell. But the actual cell itself being painted like red, or it being silver, or it being blue, or whatever you want to do it, I don't really mind. I don't really have a preference. That wasn't really much of a video, was it? I thought we were going to spend ages there looking at the history of Roman and Seth, but we didn't. And actually, we've very quickly gone to a graphic for tonight's contract sign-in. Now, it's time for the gauntlets. Let's go. Gauntlet match. We're starting with Dominic Mysterio. So, Dominic Mysterio coming out. It's probably not great for him. Okay, we need to get a poll very, very quickly. We will just score the whole gauntlet match as one. Who's he going to kick it off against? Dirty Dom making his way down. He's coming down with JD as well. Do we know if Tamina is... Did you know Tamina's on the list of active roster? No, I didn't. Is she really? I don't even know if she's ever been moved away from that, to be honest. That's interesting. Okay, JD has made his way down with Dominic. We're about to find out who's going to be starting this off. Could it be Javon, maybe? I don't think Chad will run the whole gauntlet. And I don't think they're going to have Javon win, so maybe we do Javon, Dominic. Dominic ain't winning, says Connor. I've done match scores. I sort of meant segment, so this is Bailey, Lyra. Bailey, Lyra. What did you think of Bailey, Lyra? So, Bailey, Lyra. That's what we're voting for there. What did you think about that segment? Gable winning this makes sense. There is history with Penta. Gable definitely gets the title, says Billy. Just got a Zuffa boxing ad. Chad is winning, said the Beach Kevin. Daze, I know Bloodline segment is heartbreaking, but at least you get your good looks and young age. You got to just take the positives, haven't you? Johnny Fisher has signed with Zuffa. Okay, Dominic has made his way down. There's a picture of Ray and Eddie and Dominic. It's Joe that's first. Okay, well, I don't think this is great news for either of these guys. Joe Hendry making his way down to the ring. It's going to be Joe Hendry against Dominic. Days, did we see last Friday the AI graphics said Minnesota instead of Minnesota? Yes, we did. We did. I think we even pointed it out in the breakdown. But they have now changed it. Chad Gable should get an IC championship at SummerSlam in his own town, said John. Okay, Joe Hendry then in the ring. I'm going to end the poll. We've had, well, I just don't want to get confused with stuff. So if you haven't voted, get your vote in. I'm going to have to end the poll soon. We're voting for the Bailey Lyra segment. Okay, right now we have got a video package. Oh my God! It's Big Cass! Oh my God! Are they going to show Enzo as well? Oh, mate. That looked like, what, the 3rd of August? 8-3. I didn't see any sign of Enzo there. Dudes, I was not expecting them to sort of bring them in just with a video package like that. Does that sort of suggest that they really see him being a big deal? Commentators aren't even paying attention to what we just saw. That's crazy. That's Big Cat's just there. Video package. I thought it was something to do with like Saturday night's main event. Club WWE. Let's go. SAWFT soft. Wow. 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 I'm shocked. Well, it looks there you go. It looks like he's coming to the main roster. And there are big beliefs that he'll be coming in with Enzo as well. But I didn't see Enzo. But it's August 3rd, so there's probably time to do another vignette, of course, where Enzo then appears. What's happening August 3rd? What's that? Is that the Raw after SummerSlam? Is SummerSlam the 1st and the 2nd? Yeah, it is. So that is the Raw after SummerSlam? Wow. I keep saying wow, because it is wow. Yeah, coming in on the Raw after SummerSlam, so that means that he's coming to the main roster. And there is a belief that these two are going to be reuniting, so it looks like Enzo's coming to the main roster. I don't think he's going to go NXT first or anything. Bring me Smack Talker Skywalker, said Two Bro. Enzo's a firecracker with no filter, and I love it, said Lucha Lala. I don't like Enzo, though, said Alex. I do like Cass. Omos is a 7-3 king. Who cares, said William. I just read about Big Cass. Yes, he's coming back. And for what I've read, Enzo is 2, said Suzanne. My name is Big Ass. I'm 7 foot tall, and you can't wipe that, said Zilla Films. Right now, we got Joe Hendry and Dominic battling away. I am going to end that. Joe Hendry goes into the ring steps. Goods. We got some Dirty Dom chants. Dirty Dom. Dom getting in the ring. Okay, Joe Hendry goes down. I'm amazed that Cass and Enzo didn't win those Raw tag titles when they were called up. We had the Bar just carrying the division, though, to be fair. They were great, weren't they? The Bar were great. Actually, I can't wait for Big Cass and Enzo, said Suzanne. Connor said, would we like to see Vision against Big Cass Enzo? Definitely. Yeah, let's go. Cole, stop calling him Joe Henry. Oh, is he saying Henry, is he? Shot there by Dirty Dom. I forgot Joe Hendry was still a thing, says William. Do we think both Roman and CM Punk are going to retain? Do we think Cody Punk will be a one-off match? I think so. I think there's probably a chance that Randy comes back, and then he might, you know, it does not feel like Cody Randy is done, does it? With that kick after, feels very personal. And actually, it'll give us an opportunity to get into the meat of their backstory, their history, their relationship that we didn't really get into in the road to WrestleMania. So I am wondering if that's where Randy returns. I don't believe he's out with any sort of serious injury. But yeah, I do think there's a good chance both champs retain. I mean, I think Roman is being built for WrestleMania, and the dirt sheets are saying the Bloodline story will continue after SummerSlam. It's not like at SummerSlam it all comes to an end. And I've got to think Roman's going to be a part of that, and I've got to think we're building to Roman Ober. So, yeah, I do think that he could find a way of retaining. And, I mean, CM Punk only just won that belt. I said earlier, I don't have an issue with Cody. I'm not Cody's #1 fan. But, yeah, I wouldn't put the belt back on Cody. It just doesn't really make much sense to me to take it off him, to put it on Sammy, to put it on Punk, to then go back to Cody. I would just keep going with Punk. I think Punk was having a good run up until SummerSlam, up until WrestleMania. 1, 2, Dirty Dom gets it. Dirty Dom gets it. Joe Henry was having to deal with JD and everything. That's going to bring out the young OG. The young OG. Here's Javon. Let's go. And we go to commercial break. So Dominic gets past Joe. That brings out Javon Evans. Okay, we've gone to commercial break. Yeah, this is going to be a challenge, isn't it, for Dirty Dom? Although JD is out there. I'm thinking Danhausen's going to get involved and he's going to cost Dom, said Daryl. Daniel, hello. Hope you're doing well, my friends. Is Big Cass main event material? Says Benito. That's a tricky one, isn't it? I mean, he's got a good size. I think he worked really well with Enzo. I think when they did break them apart, it lost a lot of aura. They sort of need each other, really. I think Enzo is better when he's with Big Cass because Big Cass is legit. Big guy. Obviously, you can do that dynamic of Enzo running his mouth and tagging in the bigger man, you know? And then equally, I think Big Cass needs Enzo because he's just not as charismatic, is he? He's just a big guy. I mean, equally, you could put Omos with Enzo and it would kind of serve the same purpose. So I think it's hard to see him being around that sort of main event scene. I don't think that's in his immediate future, but he could be a really good opponent for Oba. And I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing they're going to be baby faces because they're going to be fun. And the crowd are going to love them and, you know, it's going to be fun. So I would imagine just tag division for now. Dom's gone under the ring. Dom get in the ring. I don't know what he was looking for. I don't know if he's grabbed something from under the ring. Shot coming into the midsection. And again, Javon stumbles away. Dominic chasing after him. Daze Penta has had a great reign so far. Defended many times. If Chad wins, do we think Chad beats Penta? I think so, Triple A. We were talking about that earlier. It's a little disappointing because I agree with you. I think he's done brilliant. And I think it's always more satisfying if a babyface gets it from a heel that people want to see their reign come to an end, you know? Oh, I don't like this guy. I don't like them. I want to see them lose, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think there's too many people out there wanting to see Penta lose. So I would like for Chad to do it. I think Penta's reign has been great, but I've got confidence that a Chad reign would be great as well. And, you know, Chad, I think, deserves that level of success. So I would like to see it. But listen, if Penta retained, I wouldn't be too down about it, to be honest with you. Shot coming in there by Javon. Knee coming into the midsection. We've got around about 40-odd minutes or so left to go. Obviously, we've still got Roman and Seth. We got Javon diving onto Dirty Dom. Javon. He just shimmered his way off the commentary table. Gets him back in. Gets the ropes, young OG. Big boot. Down goes Dom. 1, 2. Kick out by Dom. Kick out by Dom. Still got a long way to go with this. There's loads of people in this match. Javon taking off the shirt. There's a few cheers. Woo! Chucks the shirt out. Evans in the corner. JD trying to grab a hold of the boot. Referee spotted it. Is that going to bring down a Danhausen? Ah, big shot there by Javon. Javon goes against the ropes. Dirty Dom. 619 connects. Yeah, we might have another JD distraction. Here's Danhausen. He's coming out in the Danhausen mobile. You are cursed. Did he even... Ah. Ah, shh. Do it again. He went, you are cursed, but the pyro went off on the other ring post. Well, JD is going up to Danhausen. Danhausen telling him to back away. In the ring, though, that's allowed Javon. Is that going to be an OG cutter? OG cutter! So we've had that happen in the ring. 1, 2, 3. Dominic loses. We need to go back to Danhausen. I think he's about to pop JD with a T-shirt gun. I think we've just completely missed out whatever's happened in the entranceway. That was quite messy. Yeah, I think we've just missed it, haven't we? Whatever it was, we've missed it. Danhausen's gone. God only knows what's happened there. Was he ever even there? I don't know. I don't even know if he was even there. Dragon Lee is in against the ropes. Dragon Lee then is the next person down. I tell you what, fair play to Dragon Lee. No messing around. He's come out like a bullet out of a gun. So we're done with Dirty Dom. And Dragon Lee has made his way down. A little bit messy with that part. There was quite a few moving parts there, to be honest, though. So this is our 4th person in this match. Get Dom away from that IC title, said Alex. Never give it to him again. Daze, the grills on Javon look so uncool. They did Jay, then Jacob, now Javon. I'm just not a fan. Do you think it looks cool or silly? What do you think? It doesn't massively bother me, to be honest. I don't think it looks cool or uncool. It's just a preference, isn't it, really? I don't know that WWE do it. Or if the talent themselves kind of want it. I'm not sure. I don't mind. Kick coming in there by Dragon Lee. He didn't need it, said Ian. Yeah, that's fair. It doesn't really do anything for me, so I can't say it's a big thumbs up, but equally I can't say I'm like massively offended by it or anything. Dragon Lee and Javon. Hello, Metal Mama. Hope you're doing well. Got to ask, Bada Boom, realest guy in the room, how you doing? Yes. I wonder how many times guys went up to girls doing that, thinking it would work, you know? How you doing? I bet a lot of guys did that thanks to Joey from Friends. Oh, big chop by Dragon Lee. Do you know that chop by Dragon Lee was so big, Javon's just gone flying over the top to the outsides. Javon on the outside right now. He goes to the outside after Javon. Javon, shot blocked. Big shot coming in. Dragon Lee goes back against the side of the ring. These commercials are ridiculous, said TP876. It makes me not even want to watch anymore. I can understand that. It happens a lot. I mean, it's just sort of part of the show. I don't mind it too much, to be honest. It doesn't affect me as much. I could understand it being really frustrating if you just sat at home on your own. But, like, obviously, it allows us to jump in the chat, kind of catch up, read a few comments. Is he going to go over the... No, I thought he might go over the corner like Montez does. Instead, he goes to the outside. Oh, what's he done that for? He's gone running at Javon without much of a plan. Javon's hurled him into the timekeeper's area. Ooh. Javon now is on the outside, skipping around like a little girl. like an 8-year-old. Love that for him. Picks up speed. Over the barricade. Big air. I think what he was trying to do, and he's tried to do this a few times, and it never quite works. I think he tries to go really big. It's a hip toss, actually. But I think he tries to go really big so that he can take his opponent over the barricade, back barricade with him. Most of the time, he just ends up throwing himself into the front row. But he does get a fair bit of his opponent. Oh! This is pretty fun stuff. Both guys are going big to try and catch the eye. Both are trying to kind of outdo each other. And it's resulting in both of these guys crashing and burning. So Young OG kind of springboarding, but going straight into a super kick. Fans are chanting, this is awesome. Really enjoying it. Look at that. A jumping Rana there by Dragon Lee. Taking Javon to the outside. Dragon Lee back in the ring. Going up. Oh, he was trying to get him into a... He's trying to come off the ropes into a DDT, spiked him. Javon. Mate, these two could cook. These two could absolutely cook. They're cooking in a gauntlet. Yeah, it's brilliant. Who knew? Who knew that if you put Dragon Lee and Javon Evans in a match, it would be really fun? I'm sure this is a big shock to all of you. Yeah. Absolutely cooking. Crowd are loving it right now. This is awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome. Yeah, man. This has been great stuff so far. Giovanni's just so ridiculous. Love it. And the crowd has awakened, said Wrestle Rants. The crowds are awake. Right now, Dragon... Oh, shot coming back there by Javon in the corner. Dragon Lee coming over. Oh, Javon getting caught on that top rope. Right now. Kick coming into the back there by Dragon Lee. We got a tree of woe. Javon in big trouble. Dragon Lee, bang, stomps down. Tree of woe. Dragon Lee, middle of the ring. Oh, reversed. 1, 2. It's always such a shame, isn't it? Such a shame when you have a banger match. And it's just a little roll up. He just manages to roll him up, get the 3. Okay, Javon and Dragon Lee. Oh, is it going to be Rusev? Rusev. It's going to be a problem for Javon. Tell you what, they've saved Chad late, haven't they? Oh, Rusev from behind. Pushes Javon into Dragon Lee. Yeah, good. That's good work by Rusev. The element of surprise. Rusev in the ring, and I think we're about to throw over to commercial break. Days, are we doing the 3-part events, says Robbie. I don't know if we'll be able to commit to all 3 weeks. I think it's a bit of a shame that they kind of do that because, I mean, I get it. They're trying to get people to tune into their weekly shows, but I think it does water it down as well. You know, rather than just going big for one weekend and putting all your big matches on like you would with a PLE, you kind of space it out across 3 weeks, and really it's more of a TV special than it is like a proper big PLE thing. So I must admit I was a bit disappointed to see that they were doing that, because I really don't know that we can commit to like 3 weeks of AAA. Saturday is just the worst day, isn't it? It's just bad. I mean, I don't even know. Is the last week going to clash with SummerSlam? Don't know. I wish they wouldn't do that. I wish they would just go big for 1 week and like put all their big matches on. But you know, I'm sure we can catch some of it. Right, we are at commercial break right now. Your tribal chief said Baron Corbin is still in the alumni section. WWE are not brilliant at updating their roster. We've kind of said that before. This is why when people were saying about Jericho being in the alumni section of the AEW roster page, we were like, what does that matter? WWE's roster page has always got mistakes on it, so why can't AEW just be, making a mistake? He was showing, in the active wrestler, wasn't he? And the point we were making was, if his contract has come to an end, it could just be a case that as soon as he walks out at the Royal Rumble, they'll just change it. I'm not surprised. We've seen a few mistakes on that roster page. So Baron Corbin definitely did make his presence felt on Friday. I believe he is back and is now an active star. So someone will have to get that updated at some point. Does seem like the AEW roster page is a lot more accurate than the WWE one. Good work by Rusev. He's just chucking Javon around at the moment. The Sergeant JC said, I'm out of wrestling 6 months due to a shoulder surgery. The Sarge TJC. I got there. Shout out to you, buds. I'm sorry to hear that you've suffered an injury, although that is part and parcel of the game, isn't it? I think wrestlers at every point pick up injuries. But wishing you a speedy recovery, buds. As we're just about to come back from this commercial break. So Rusev and Javon. Where are we time-wise? We're just finding our way into the next final hour. Or final half hour, I should say. I'm guessing we're going to be done with the gauntlet. There'll probably be some backstage bits, maybe the odd video package. And then we'll do Roman Seth contract signing. And then we'll be done with Raw this week. Shot coming in there by Javon. Unload him. Iyo said, are you doing a stream for the World Cup finals? No, there's never been any plans to do a stream for the World Cup final. Over in the corner goes Rusev. Roll up there by Javon. Kick out there by Rusev. Bang. Another kick coming into the midsection. Another kick coming back there by Javon. Lovely kick there by Javon. Rusev in the middle of the ring. Over goes Javon. Rusev on his feet. He tries to come crashing down on Javon, but Javon moves out the way. Kick coming in there by Javon. One. Just a one. Rusev getting a shoulder up. Connor said, could it be Javon Chad as the final two? Could be. There's no reason why it won't be. Bishop, hello. Shout out to the USA. Over the top goes Javon. Down goes Rusev. Big Time said, what did we make of the Bayley Lyra segment? I thought Lyra got too much stiff lines whilst Bayley was weak. Bayley's intro, fill in dead airtime during commercial, led to a quiet crowd for the angle. I thought it was fine. I think that Lyra kind of firing a few shots at Bayley meant that Bayley could just remind her and the world that she's the first Grand Slam champion. She was the first women's tag champ. I think I would have liked for her to have gone down her accomplishments a bit more. She's a multiple-time women's champion. She won the Royal Rumble, of course. I think she could have gone bang, 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 bang. How dare you disrespect me the way that you just have, Do you not know who you're talking to? I think she could have come back with a bit more fire there. But I don't know. I'm into the feuds. And I think it's a good addition to the Saturday night's main event card. Because I was a bit critical of that, actually. I didn't necessarily mean to be, but the more I was talking about it, the more I was just being honest. That I don't massively care for, the women's tag match. And kick coming in. I think the tag match with CM Punk and Cody against Sammy and Gunther is just really to get them on the show. I think Danhausen and JD will be fun, but I feel like I need a match that's got a bit of substance. I think this is a good addition. Javon's in Accolade right now. He's trying to find a way out of it. Rusev really dominating Javon. Javon trying to get up to his feet. Rusev on the back of Javon. Bang, down he goes. Rusev is down. Javon trying to power his way out of that Accolades. Rusev is getting back up to his feet. Javon in the corner moves out the way. Rusev into the ring post. OG cutter! Didn't get it. Didn't get it. Rusev. Accolade is in. Accolade is in. Javon is... he's done, isn't he? I feel like that's going to be it for the young OG. I don't know, we got a flicker of life. I think he should really get out of this, though. That Accolade is properly in. He's putting it back in. Yeah, he's out. He's out. I gotta tell you, I'm glad that we've done that. I'm glad we've done that. I don't really think he should be getting out of Accolades. So, Javon is eliminated. Here comes Chad. Chad Gable comes running down. And it's Chad and it is Rusev. I'm honestly not sure who else there is, to be honest. Over in the corner. I think we still got Ethan, haven't we? So Chad gets past Rusev, then maybe Chad, Ethan. Don't know if there's anyone else after that. Chad on his feet. Going over to the corner. With Rusev getting a little push. Maybe they find a way to bring back CJ Perry for a little bit, said for Beach Kevin. Chad is up. Gets caught there by Rusev. Oh, driven down. 1, 2. Kick out there by Chad. Crowd showed their appreciation is the word I'm after. Appreciation for Javon. Daze, should we worry if matches at SummerSlam are less than 10 minutes with what happened at WrestleMania? Not particularly. I mean, sometimes there are reasons for it. So I think wasn't there like Stephanie's match short, but then we heard she had been carrying an injury and we haven't seen her since WrestleMania. So to be honest, you know, there was a reason for that. I think we all knew that like Brock and Oba was never going to be that long. So I'm not really. Sometimes there are good reasons for it. There's a lot of time that they've got to play with. I'm sure you're going to get some long matches mixed in with some shorter matches. I think you can always debate, you know, does the main event get a bit too much time? Sometimes I find that it gets a bit too much time, doesn't really need as much. Perhaps we could have took a bit off the main event, given it to some of the matches earlier. So I don't really worry about it until we kind of get to see the whole picture, you know. And even then, sometimes, as we said, it can be proven that actually someone had an injury and that's why it was kept short. Elbow coming in there by Rusev. I think Stephanie has been dealing with a court case in Mexico in addition, says Robbie. Robbie, I think Ethan would be better, to be honest, storyline, but Chad, Penta would be a banger, said Dr. Luchalana. Right now, Rusev choking out Chad. Chad over against the ropes. Okay, I think we're at commercial break at the moment. I don't think I've seen Rusev do his bangaranga thing. That's okay. I don't need it. Chop coming in there by Rusev, chopping away. Commentators just talking about Ethan. Chad's against the ropes. They're just talking about the fact that if Rusev wins this, then it'll be Rusev against Ethan. Rusev down, crowd a little bit quiet here. Okay, boy, there we go. That sparked a bit of life. Big boot there by Rusev as we come back from commercial break. Rapture said, aside from Oberbrock, how long do we think each match shows like SummerSlam should be? 10 minutes or 12 minutes or 50? I think it should be mixed. I don't think you should have like a set rule. I think sometimes you might want a match where people go in and work quite fast and, you know, it gets done in like 7 minutes. I mean, I don't think you should make Oberbrock necessarily go 12 minutes or anything. I think it should be varied. And then some matches should go a little bit longer. So, you know, for example, Tiffany Jade, do you need that to be committed to 12 minutes or are you okay with it being 7? Because I'm all right with it being 7. But then equally, you know, if we're going to do, say, Chad Penta and it's a banger, I don't really want that being 7. I'm quite happy with that being 12. I'm quite happy with that going 15. So I don't think there is a hard and fast rule. I wouldn't limit yourself that way. I think just book the show, look at the cards, and book the show. Sometimes you might want some matches going a little bit shorter. Sometimes you might want some matches going a little bit longer. Rusev is down, Chad in control. Rusev is the only one of the un-Americans that's still wrestling, said Jennifer. Hello, Jennifer. Hope you're doing well. Shot coming in there by Rusev. Shot coming back there by Chad. I'm sort of ready to get to the final part of this now. I think because I know Chad's winning this, I'm ready to sort of get to Ethan. Big chops coming in there by Chad. He's unloading on Rusev. Angle slam. No joy. He was trying for the angle slam. Big boot. Accolade is in. Accolade is in. Chad is being stretched in the accolades. I just don't like people really getting out of finishes. We've already seen Javon get out of one accolades and, you know, battle to get out of a second. Now I'm pretty sure we're going to see Chad getting out of it. You're just sort of burying people. Do you remember when finishers were finishers and they finished matches? I wouldn't have done that. Don't like it. Rusev goes into the corner there by Chad's. Rolls through. 1, 2, 3. Well, Chad wins. So, Ethan versus Chad's. He puts the accolade. I don't know why you bother putting the accolade in. People can get out of it anyway. So Rusev has reapplied the accolades. Ethan Page is making his way down. Smile on Ethan's face. Don't think we've got too much time here, though. We're already 10 minutes into this final part of the show. Go get him, Rusev says to Ethan. Big boot. 1, 2. Kick out there by Chad. Okay, shots coming in there by Ethan. This is what you love, says Ethan. Stop making me work tonight. Stay down, says Ethan. Make this easy for me. Slaps, chops coming in there by Gable. Kick coming in by Gable. Clothesline. Down goes Chad's. Shot coming in. Grabbing Ethan over in the corner. If Ethan was to get the win over Gable, should Ethan beat Penta? How would we feel if Ethan beat Gable and Penta? I wouldn't be down on it. I think Ethan's a great heel. I don't love people coming up from NXT and getting to belts that quickly, but it's easier to accept when they're heels, because heels are always going to take shortcuts. I mean, to be honest, if he beats Chad here, it's going to be largely thanks to Rusev doing what he did before Ethan came down. And I'd imagine if he beats Penta, there's probably cheating involved there as well, you know, so... not crazy about people getting to belts really quickly, but heels are a lot easier to accept. So, yeah, I don't know. He's a great talent. I think, like, Gable getting the belt from a heel is preferable, but Gable winning that IC belt in Minnesota at SummerSlam, that's big, innit? That's nice. So, I'd like for it to be Chad. 1, 2, shoulder up. Ethan is a good heel, said Jennifer. I think they're chanting, hey, we want Chad Gable. Hey, we want Chad Gable. Okay, right now we got Gable up. Headbutt coming in there by Ethan. Don't forget, we still got Roman and Seth. The contract signing. That's still to come. Right now, Ethan in the corner. Avalanche body slam. No joy. Chad gets Ethan down. Ankle lock is in. Oh, that's a lovely roll. Ankle lock is in. Ethan trying to get to the ropes. Oh, it's really got it. And he taps. Gable wins. Gable wins. Okay. What did you think about the gauntlet match? There was a lot of work that went into it. And there were some great moments that were in it. Undeniable. I think the highlight for me is Dragon Lee and Javon. I think that for me was my favourite part. But I don't hate Chad getting the victory overall. So, Dominic beat Joe Hendry, Javon beat Dominic, Javon beat Dragon Lee, Rusev beat Javon, Chad beat Rusev, and Chad beat Ethan. And we got the graphic already. And we got Penta in the ring already. Must be that we were very tight for time. Penta and Chad shake hands. Penta holding up that Intercontinental Championship. Big win for Chads. Let's go. Okay, get your thoughts in. What did you think about the gauntlets? Roman and Seth. One more segment to go. Saturday night's main event this weekend, says Michael Cole. We're here for it. Stream's already set up. Breaking news. QB1 is going to meet QB1. Let's go. Cody is meeting one of the Brady bunch on his podcast. He's meeting Thomas. And that's going to be at Fanatics Fest in NYC. Here we go. Thomas Brady is going on to Cody's podcast. Okay. Didn't Tom Brady call WWE fake, says Austin. Yeah, I mean, in fairness, it is. So, do you know what I mean? Comparing the greatest quarterback in football history to someone not even top 30 in wrestling is crazy, says Brony. It said Minabota again. Did we see? I did not see. But that's fun if it is glitching. They probably keep using the same AI, don't they? So, that's pretty fun. I still can't believe the match isn't going to be a fatal four-way, said Daryl. Imagine Gable and Kendall as a mixed tag team. Oh, you could do that as well because we got mixed tag championships. So you could do that. I was not impressed by the gauntlet, said William. No one had a hand in anyone's ass. That's the entire reason to buy a gauntlet. Oh, I think we were watching very different. Well, we weren't because definitely no one did that. But I wasn't hoping for that. I wasn't watching for that reason. So I think me and William are watching WWE for many different reasons. Okay, we have got CM Punk and Cody. Graphic. Here's a vehicle arriving. Here's Roman. He never arrives with his flipping belt, does he? Okay, Roman Reigns, contract signing coming up next. Right. Did we see Jake Hager get knocked out? I did, yeah. I mean, I didn't watch it. I just saw the clip. Maggie said, Cody isn't better than Roman. Roman's not boring, whether you like him or not. Benito said, since WWE is bringing back the 2016 roster, maybe the Vaudevillains. I always loved the Vaudevillains. I was always a big fan of those guys. No would be the answer. I think Aiden English is quite happy doing commentary, isn't he, on TNA. I don't even know where Simon Gotch is. But I did love those guys. They were great. Daze, who do we think wins at SummerSlam? Penta. I think it'll be Chad. Austin said to the big Roman fans, are you guys still into the Roman stuff? Does it feel boring and repetitive, or are you full into it? We got JD and Dominic. Here's my tribal chief. Here's the savior, the man who does not just possess aura. He is the embodiment of the sole definition of aura. Roman Reigns is here to save this shiz show from Triple H, says Brony. Rapture said, Daze, I'm more prone to wrestlers who come from NXT, winning titles fast if they're booked dominantly like Braun Ober, or if they've already had years of experience outside of WWE before NXT, said Rapturous. Simon Gotch is somewhere burying Enzo right now, said Cadet. That's true. That is true. Isn't Simon Gotch married to Eddie Guerrero's daughter? I think that's Aiden English. So you are close. It was one of the Vaudevillains. Let Him In said, I'm still very into the Roman stuff. Anything he does, I'm entertained by. Daze, what about WWE bringing back Deuce, Domino, and Cherry? I think we're well past that now. Oh, hello. Dominic snatching the microphone away from Byram. So the match is a no DQ match. No DQ between JD and Danhausen. Okay, we're back from commercial break. This is going to be about 10 minutes. Just a quick little segment to wrap this show up. Don't forget, we are live on Saturday. Stream's already set up, ready to go. Saturday night's main event. Okay, they're just running down the cards. This is QB1 versus QB1. It's like a cinematic crossover. Cody and Tom Brady on a podcast is legacy talk, says AB. Bailey against Lyra. I like it. I'm here for that. Fatal Influence against Brie and Paige. I mean, I like Fatal Influence. I don't hate Brie and Paige, so I mean, it'll be okay. I've just seen it already. Danhausen against JD is now no DQ. Roman and Jalen Brunson. I still feel like they need another match. So far, we've got 4 matches. I feel like we need one more. Maybe we'll get it on SmackDown. He's got a jacket on that says Club WWE Member 2026. I've only just noticed that. Jalen Brunson's got like a jumper jacket thing, and it's got it there, Club WWE Member 2026. Okay, Roman getting his intro. There we go. Here we go. Bum, 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 bum. Where's Jay? Bum. Da-na-na-na-na-na. People are acknowledging. Why is Roman coming out first, says Brony. Suppose he does what he wants. Boom. Cody and Tom Brady aren't just stars, they are architects of pressure. Daze, how excited are you to see Jalen Brunson, says Benito. Oh, I'm a solid 1 out of 10. Rapture said, Daze, how many matches do we think we get at SummerSlam? ESPN might want them to have more. I don't think they will. I would imagine 6 to 7 on both days. 6 to 7, probably the first 2 being shown on ESPN. So I would imagine, yeah, 6 to 7. I'll be surprised if it's just 5 each day. Could be 5 each day. But I think 6 to 7. 14, 12, 14 overall. That's that would be in line with WrestleMania. Roman making his way down. OTC energy detected, said AB. It doesn't matter what we think of Roman and the Bloodline. Listen to that pop, said Eric. Brony said after SummerSlam, Roman is going to start getting involved with LA Knight and Solo. I just don't care about a War Games feud. It's very skippable. Yeah, I was not thrilled when I heard about War Games, to be honest. It's just not exciting. I mean, maybe some people out there are excited. I'm not excited. I'm sure it'll be okay as we get closer to it, and there'll probably be some other matches on there. Roman has made his way down there. Okay, we'll get Seth coming down. We really don't have much time. I'm sure there is a bit of freedom to sort of go over if needs be, but yeah, I memean, time-wise, we've got like 5 minutes, and we still haven't had Seth come down. It's going to have to be Seth comes down, signs the contract, through the table, end the show. His obsession with Rollins has cost him on occasion. Roman in the ring. People acknowledge him. One problem out of many regarding War Games is you need your top stars involved in some capacity, because you can't have just mid-talent main event in the show. Yeah, I agree. Okay, Roman puts that belt down. Daze, could Bronson remake his presence felt and return at SummerSlam? He could. He could. I don't know that he's needed to help, though, against Alpha Academy, if that's where we're going. That's why I'm wondering if he comes back and turns on the Vision. I would not be down on that. Okay, Roman in the ring then. Fans chanting away. Roman Reigns. Dallas, Texas. Acknowledge me, says Roman. OTC, OTC, OTC. I don't know why Adam Pearce looks surprised. The music hit, kind of looked up there. Did he forget that there was another person coming out? Crowd starts singing Seth's song as Seth's making his way down. It definitely feels like we're going over here. Definitely feels like we're going over. Roman sits down. To me, War Games just isn't as exciting when one or two of the world champs is in the match, which means they just won't be losing their titles. I understand. Seth coming down then. Burn it down, says Connor. Hello, Sonny. Hope you're doing well. Corey said, to be fair, Adam Pearce drinks a lot of alcohol. That is true. He is always saying he needs a drink. He's probably absolutely off his head. Seth then is on the outside of the ring, looking over at Roman. Seth climbs up, crowd woeing away, cheering away. Sign in the crowd said, I traded my brother for these seats. Okay, Seth in the ring. Big cheer for Seth. Crowd are sort of with Seth as well here, you know. Okay, you lot enjoyed the gauntlet match. You gave it great 65. Burn it down. Seth signs the contracts. Seth signs. Turns it round. Grabs the microphone. I don't know if Roman's already said it. Has he signed it already? Maybe Seth was coming down. Crowd are woeing. I know it's got to be hard for you as the sweet melodies of my song drown out your OTC chants. That obviously sparks OTC chants. Got a split crowd, actually. Some of the crowd are singing Seth's song. There's a smile on Seth's face. It's got a nice energy. This is tough. Death, taxes. Death, taxes, and Seth Rollins beats Roman Reigns. So Seth said there's some certainties in life. Death, taxes, and Seth Rollins beats Roman Reigns. I gotta tell you, the crowd are singing Seth's song. It's loud. We're walking in a Seth Wonderland. Dallas. Oh, he talks about how dull it was last week. It was a bit dull. Seth Rollins is the Tribal Chief's #1 hater. Seth laughs. He's a hater chant. Seth's like, he's a hater. I think he's wearing that with a badge of honor, and he throws up the ones. He's sitting here laughing about it. But that's the only thing he's #1 at. You've got these people thinking we're on the same level. But that couldn't be further from the truth. I'm going to show the difference between me and you at SummerSlam. Ooh, Roman's getting what chance? What? What? At SummerSlam, I'm going to show you what #1 looks like. That gets OTC chance. Okay, it's signed. Thank you for keeping my title warm for me. Okay, Seth's going to go to walk away. He said, I'll see you next time you want to show up to work. Seth gets out the ring. Is he going to allow him to have the last word? No, here we go. He's going to get the microphone. Seth's walking away. Where do you think you're going? That's it. You're going to sign and run. Where's this going? What if you do win? What's going to happen? Will he be champ? You're going to carry it before you get hurt again. Don't act shocked. That's what happens every time, says Roman. It's a good segment, this, isn't it? Some would say it's self-sabotage. Some people can't handle the pressure of being the top guy. That's going to bring Seth back to the ring. He's coming back. It's good. Robbie said you got to love the truth-telling Roman. Roman with some facts, said Jason. Go Roman, said Lone Star friends. Seth's got hair all in his beards. If you got something to say... Well, he said quite a bit. He said quite a bit. Don't hold back, come on. You got something to say, say it. Okay, what are we thinking? After all these years, he needs a money in the bank briefcase. Oh, so Roman's putting some shade on what went down at Summerslam. This is brutal by Roman. Your work daddy Triple H is damn near running this joint. They pretty much gave you all my stuff. Oh, he calls him number 2. I tell you what, Roman has just buried Seth for a good few minutes there. Seth got the early advantage. Roman has absolutely hit back. I don't know if Seth's got a witty line or if he's just going to lash out. Or maybe even just walk away. I'm not sure. Oh, please be a great line. Is that all you've got? None of this is for me, it's for you. Oh. It's passion. He's responding with pure passion. You did a great job of winning the fans back on side there. I'm so glad that I am not you. Yeah, Roman doesn't really buy that. Oh, he might have bought that, though. I don't think he had much option. Big shot there by Seth, and it does turn physical. Seth stomping down on Roman. Jacob's in the house. Jimmy's in the house. I'm sure they're going to make their presence felt. I think it's always great when there's shades of reality in a promo, and I think, you know, what we just saw from Seth there was him responding to the put-downs with reality. There's nothing you can tell me I've not told myself over the past 15 years, how I won't main event as many times as you, but this is all set up for you. This isn't set up for me. Seth unloads on Roman. He goes to step through the ropes. Roman's in position for a curb. Nah, didn't feel right. Felt like he took too long. Roman with a Superman. It's going to be a great showdown between these two at SummerSlam. It's going to be a really great showdown. Roman is going to put Seth through that table. He shouldn't have gone back for more, but he did. Oh, big shot there by Seth. Used the microphone into a pedigree. Now he's going to look for the curb. Big overrun on this week's Raw. Huge overrun. Worth it, though. Really worth it. Great segment. Charging in, curb connects. Seth stands over Roman. Is that what we're going to see at SummerSlam? Crowd don't like it. Crowd are booing. Oh, actually, they burst into his song. And Seth's music hits. Good segment. Really good segment. It's the kind of segment that you want out of this feuds. Heart to heart realism. Okay, let's get thoughts on this. What did you think about that segment? What did you think about that episode? Seth seemed immature with that, said Lone Star Friend. Iron Sentinel said the segment took a while to build, but it did get there. These two should teach a masterclass on how to promo, said Sally. CM Punk stood tall. Jacob, Fatu, Vision, and now Seth. Roman get beat up Reigns. Daze, the only reason I didn't like about War Games in 2019, every champion was in each of the matches. What did you think about that final segment? Final segment thoughts. Raw is currently its own worst enemy. Many pieces of creative feel like a dead end, and the talent which you thought they couldn't go wrong with have become irrelevant, says LSW. Who Dat Saints J said this is an 8.5 for me. Kieran said it was a great segment. Video Watcher said this is 9. Jeff says it's an 8. LSW said the show was watchable, but the promotion has got some negative momentum heading into SummerSlam. Full Clip says it's an 8. AB said it was fire, but I know they can go even crazier. James said, I'm thinking it's like a solid 7, and Roxy says 8.5. Robbie said, Seth is just jealous and bitter. He's not and has never been on Roman's level. No one is, and not even Cody. Matt said, I'm 100% behind Roman. I don't want him to lose the title. I'm not a huge fan of Seth. Not saying that I don't like him. Just not my cup of tea. Sonny said, before I go, Daze, is there a chance of you coming into the Discords? Tricky, because we've got Saturday night's main event on Saturday, and obviously I don't know what's happening with the World Cup on Sunday, so I don't want to commit to something that I can't commit to, so maybe next weekend. I'm not sure what we've got on next weekend, but this weekend could be a little bit tricky. Brony said, do we agree that Roman gets laid out too often? I understand you can't have him stand tall every week, but Roman is constantly talking shiz to his opponents getting laid out. Yeah, he probably is, to be honest. He probably is. I don't really need to see Roman getting laid out like this on a regular basis. I didn't mind the little brawl between them. I didn't mind like the Superman punch going for the curb, but yeah, once again, it's Roman that's kind of left laying. But to be honest, I mean, I feel pretty good that Roman's going to retain at SummerSlam. This segment has not changed my mind on that. So, it's okay. I mean, I'm really was not down on the segment. We do have votes at the moment, so get your thoughts in. I don't want to end that poll just yet. Amarula said Roman can take being laid out for promos. It's worth the back and forth. The Toby Robinson said it's almost great. I would have liked Seth to have leaned into what you said, like Roman is Hogan, where he's a wrestler's wrestler. Yeah, I mean, Roman, it's hard for Seth, isn't it? Because Roman has got so much ammo. Roman can talk about all his main events, all of his championship runs, merch sales. Roman has just had so much more success than Seth has. So, Roman's just got endless stuff that he can talk about. I did like the fact that Roman didn't just take the easy option, which is I've main evented WrestleMania how many times? How many times have you done it? I've been world champion how many times? How many times have you done it? I've held the belt this amount of days. How many days have you held it? I actually kind of like that he didn't do that. He actually went, the only way you can get champion is if you cash in Money in the Bank. And even then you've got to fake an injury. I think there was a easy road for Roman to go down, and he didn't really choose that. He went down a more interesting road. So that was all good from Roman. And I think Seth then has got a real challenge about how do I come back? Because what has he got over Roman, And I think this is where it needed to be somewhat quite interesting and witty, and he kind of went down the 8 Mile road where you sort of take away all your opponent's put downs, you get them out in the open, because he was like, tell me how I'm not going to main event as many times as you, tell me how I'm never going to be as successful as you, tell me how I won't make the same money as you. I've had to come to peace with that, and I think actually what we got is we sort of got through all the showy BS, the penis measuring contest that was going on, right? We kind of cut through that and we just got to realism. I mean, what I think we got a glimpse at was Seth being like as real as he can ever be. I think that was not a promo. That was Seth being honest. This has been hard for me because I had dreams of being a wrestler. I had dreams of being a big star. I had dreams of coming in. And you've always been that barrier to that. Where I could have main evented WrestleMania. You've main evented WrestleMania. Where I could have had a lengthy title run. You've had those lengthy title runs. I think that is genuinely something he has actually in real life struggled with. Because, I mean, it must be difficult if you get to the Olympics and world championships as a runner, and you constantly find yourself finishing second to Usain Bolt. Do you know what I mean? If it wasn't for that guy, you would be the guy. And it's kind of the same as Macho Man with Hogan in the 80s. I mean, there's a good chance if Hogan wasn't around, Macho would have had a lot more exposure. The machine would have been behind him a lot more. And we're in that stage now where Seth has, definitely not had the main events that he would have had, the title runs he would have had it not been for Roman being around. So I think we kind of cut through a load of stuff there, and we had a bit of realism at the end. Whether that was enough for people to feel like Seth kind of got a bit back at the end, I don't know. I think the fact that he kind of turns it physical is actually a bit of a weakness for Seth. You should be able to go toe-to-toe with the microphone and get the better of the other person on the microphone. I think if you're the one initiating the physical violence, it sort of suggests you didn't really get the better of the other person and you felt an anger that you needed to lash out. So, yeah, look, Roman gets laid out and Seth stands tall. I don't really take that as Roman looking weak and Seth looking strong. I take it a little bit more as an admission that maybe Seth didn't get the better of the verbal exchange, when actually earlier in the segment he walked out the ring feeling quite smug because I think he had felt like he had got the better of the verbal exchange. So it's a very interesting segment. I think it's a really good segment. I think there's a lot of twisting back and forth, a lot of kind of kind of throwing insults at each other, but then also it gets very real and then it turns physical, and there's a lot of elements that are in there. So yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed watching it play out, and this is exactly what I was hoping for, to be honest. And I kind of hope that we get another exchange between these two. I don't know if Roman's back around next week, but I would kind of like Seth to, really think about what's been said. So I'd like to see some reaction to that. So yeah, obviously we've still got many more weeks to go. I do think at some point, maybe next week, we're going to get the Usos stepping up to Seth and Jacob. I mean, I feel like they're probably going to make their presence felt. That's exactly what happened when Jacob stepped up to Roman, was the Usos would step up to Jacob when Roman wasn't around. And if Roman's not around next week, we could maybe see the Usos sort of step up to Seth. Seth absolutely cooked Roman, says Connor. Roman just got a punchable face, said TJF. It would make TKO a lot of money. Let's get physical. Seth is fragile, said Robbie, and often injured. It's hindered his ability to have those longer, meaningful title runs. Triple A said, Daze, why doesn't WWE reward Seth more? He's put over so many times. He's taken L's so many times. He's good on the mic and in matches. Why has he main evented WrestleMania so less? Well, I mean, Roman is a massive part of that. I mean, don't forget, for a while, Roman had both belts. So, I mean, Roman's a big factor. Brock's a factor. You've only got to look at the history of the main events. I mean, up until WrestleMania 35, there was only one main event at WrestleMania. We didn't have two nights. Maybe if we'd been doing two nights in the 2010s, he would have had more main events. But, that first two-night event happens at WrestleMania 36. You've got, Seth already locked into a program with Kevin at that point. So, I mean, we can't do anything there. Then if you have a look at WrestleMania 37, we go with the women on night one, which is historic. A lot of people would say the women should have main evented more than they have. So I don't think anyone could be down on Sasha and Bianca. And then on the other night, you got Roman against Edge and Daniel Bryan. Then, of course, you get to WrestleMania 38. And you've got, I think that's Stone Cold that year, isn't it? Stone Cold with Kevin Owens. I mean, how's Seth going to get into that? And you've got Roman Reigns, of course, in action against Brock, I believe, that year. Then at 39, we've got the tag match, which was amazing, with Sammy and Kevin against the Usos. And, I mean, there's just all of these. It's hard to see where Seth sort of fits in. It's just difficult. So, you know, it is what it is. And I think that he's been unfortunate. I think injuries have got in the way. I think Roman has definitely got in the way. I think at times Brock has got in the way. And, you know, it is what it is. I understand his frustration. I think it is a shame that he hasn't had, you know, more title runs and all of that sort of stuff. I also think, though, his character has also let him down. Because I do think there's times where the Visionary has run its course. And I think before that you had the Messiah. And I don't think that was very good. Monday Night Rollins was good. Architect was good. But, I mean, he's reinvented himself a few times. And I don't think each reinvention has hit the ground running. I mean, I was not crazy about the Messiah. I didn't think that was that great. And the Visionary has been going for a while now. And, you know, this version of the Visionary is better because, I mean, it didn't make much sense to me, him wearing really stupid clothing that didn't make him look cool, just made him look ridiculous. I didn't get that. I didn't understand. That didn't make him a big star in my eyes. Just made him ridiculous. So, I don't know. I think it's hard, though, innit? I mean, you're having to try and find a way of standing out and shining. You're having to try and find a way of getting aura on the level of Roman. And, you know, he's trying different things to try and do that. He's trying to find something that's going to catch fire. I mean, his song has landed. That's worked for him, of course. Burn It Down has been a very good catchphrase for him as well, which has been good. Him getting with Becky has obviously been, you know, great. I'm not saying he got with her for any reason other than he loves her, but it's been, you know, it's good. They're a power couple. I mean, he's had a good career. It's just hard, isn't it? There's just so many people like Cody coming in, finishing the story. That's obviously kind of took up a lot of focus over the past few years. So, I mean, there was not really much we could do with Seth in that main event scene with Cody around. And you've had Brock, you've had, you know, there's lots of stuff that's kind of got in the way. But he's still had a great career, but it just means that there's not much that he can throw back at Roman. He can't really go toe-to-toe with Roman. Right, let's get the end of the poll, shall we? Daze, Roman's aura is just aura farmed. It's not like real aura that Oba has. I don't know. Each to their own on that. I think if you're a Roman fan, you'll say it's real aura. If you're not a Roman fan, you'll say it's not real aura. Great 78. Big Time said, when do we think Roxanne's going to break out as a solo star? Don't know. There's no word on it. It kind of got asked earlier, and as we said, I mean, it could be at SummerSlam, but there's no reason to believe it will be. Probably a little further down the road, but she will break out eventually. Right, anyway, I need to go because we need to do the breakdown and we got lots of stuff that we need to turn our attention to. I hope people got something from this episode. I definitely think it was worth watching. I definitely think this was not a waste of time. I enjoyed the show. I got a lot from it. Even silly little things like Big Cass being shown, I thought was really good. So, yeah, thumbs up from me for this episode. I think Raw has continued to deliver really strong episodes. I think it's been booked really well. So, good. Thumbs up. Lots of great ratings. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare to kind of break it all down, to be honest, because I think there was so much that went into this. Feels pretty stacked. So I'm going to go and get set up for that. Big thank you to everyone that's joined us. Don't forget, we are back again tomorrow. We're back with NXT. Obviously, coming up as well, we're going to have Saturday night's main event. That stream is already set up and ready to go for this weekend. So we've got that coming up as well. So plenty of wrestling on the way. SmackDown, of course, on Friday as well. So lots coming up. Really appreciate everyone joining us, and I will see you in a moment for the breakdown. Bye for now.